Hello! Welcome back, everybody, and thank you so much for being here with us as we begin day 2 of our Charter for Change convention. Yesterday, we talked about naming the systems we're navigating and the work that's ahead, and today we're going to be turning inward towards understanding who we are shaped, and why this matters for the way that we show up in our movements, communities, and democracy itself. To guide us through this opening conversation, I'm going to introduce George Cherry Jr. George is an aspiring physician and neuroscientist, a writer, and a regional civic organizer committed to building a more just, healthy, and inclusive society. He is a graduate of East Carolina University with degrees in neuroscience, psychology, and African and African American studies. His work centers on trauma-informed care, health equity, and expanding access to education. He has led statewide youth voter engagement efforts while strengthening community-based organizing across the region. Grounded in faith science and a vision of transformative leadership, George brings a powerful perspective on how identity, healing, and participation intersect, and how communities become stronger when individuals recognize their own power. Everybody, please join me in welcoming George Cherry Jr.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much. And we're grateful for this moment and to be a part of this change and a part of this conference. Albert Einstein taught us something that still humbles the world. E equals mc squared. Energy and matter are interchangeable. And inside that equation is something that is remarkable. The speed of light, which is the constant c, is 299,792,458 meters per second. And that is the only constant in the universe. Everything else, according to Einstein's theory of relativity, is relative, means it depends on something else. And that matters today because American politics is trapped in a system that pretends nothing can change, while everything is, in fact, changing. As Charles Dickens wrote, it was the best of times, it was the worst of times, an age of belief and an age of incredulity. That's not just history, that's our current political moment. And so I want to talk with you about the power of identity in politics. The truth is, we don't experience politics as it is. Everything is relative. We experience politics as we are taught to see it. It's an identity system. From childhood, people are taught you are either this or that, or you must choose a side. Any alternative is unrealistic. That kind of thinking and that framing becomes invisible and powerful. As a neuroscientist, we know that the brain prefers familiarity over accuracy. So people cling to systems that they distrust because they feel known, because they're used to those systems. That's not loyalty, it's identity inertia. Identity comes before ideology. We like to believe that voters are rational, but behavioral science shows something else. People do not choose policies first. They choose identity first. They vote then to protect who they believe they are, where they believe they belong, and who they believe threatens them. The two major parties understand this. They don't just offer platforms, they offer tribal identities. And as long as politics is framed as us versus them, the system never has to deliver. It only has to divide. And so a lot of the issues are talked about not for a means of a solution, but as a weapon of division. So let's make this practical. Think about the habit of smoking. When someone says, I'm a smoker, they're not just describing a habit, but they're declaring an identity. Every attempt to quit feels like deprivation. Now compare that to someone who says, I don't smoke. Same body, same environment, different identity. Quitting becomes easier because the behavior no longer fits who they believe they are. Now, apply that to politics. As long as someone says, I'm a Democrat or I'm a Republican, that's an identity. Third party voting feels irresponsible, risky, or impossible. But when someone says, I'm an independent thinker, or I'm not represented by either party, behavior changes. So we vote, we act in the system based upon who we believe that we are, based upon our identity. As William James said, who is known as the father of American psychology, that one of the greatest discoveries is that people can alter their lives by altering how they see themselves, how they view themselves, by changing their mindsets. And James Clear, who is the author of the book Atomic Habits, that talks about the power of identity in our actions and our behaviors, and how identity change is important for lasting behavioral change. He says something that's very interesting. Every action that you take is a vote for the type of person you want to become. Every action you take is a vote for the type of person you want to become. Our showing up here today at this conference is a vote for the type of country that we want to live in, for the type of world that we want to exist in. It's a vote that amplifies our voices. It's a vote that affirms our new identity outside of a binary system. It's a vote for a new political identity. No single vote can end the duopoly, but patterns do. Movements are built when enough people stop asking, can this win? And start asking, who am I willing to be? We often hear about identity in politics as oftentimes something that is negative, and many times it is weaponized and used in that way. Around race, around gender, nationality, religion. One thing that we know as a scientist about race is that race is not biological. Science settled that. But racism is real because belief shapes behavior. and behavior shapes institutions. The two-party system has often treated identity as a weapon rather than a responsibility. But now we are a part of a movement, a unique opportunity to organize without demonization, to build coalitions without erasure, to engage identity without exploiting fear. There's an old story about someone complaining that their neighbor's clothes hanging out on the clothesline were dirty until they cleaned their own window and realized that their clothes on their neighbor's clothesline was clean all along. It was the window in their own home. Our political frustration often reflects our political imagination. If we believe we only have two choices, if we believe that we are hopeless, if we believe that we are helpless, we will keep getting the same outcome. But just like that we learned helplessness, we can learn optimism. We can learn the power of a changed identity. We are not limited by intelligence or values. We are not limited by race, by gender, by ethnicity. Our only limitation is how we view our identities, how we choose to use them, what we choose to believe about ourselves. We're only limited by our self-concept. Whether you think you can, as a great inventor said, or you think you can't, either way, you're right. The two-party system and current day politics survives and thrives off of people's choice or inability to believe that alternatives are allowed. But democracy was never meant to be a spectator sport. Democracy is indeed a contact sport. And we're all called to create the world that we desire to live in. You do not have to accept the status quo. No longer do we have to choose between the lesser of the two evils. That change is unrealistic. But now we can realize and grasp the power of our own voices. It's an identity shift. Every time we show up, every time we organize, every time that we tell someone about the Progressive Party, we are acting as agents of change. We're casting a vote for the political future that we believe is possible. And history has always been changed by people willing to adopt a new identity before it was popular. Science shows us that we as humans like to act in ways that are consistent with our identities, with what we believe mentally, with how we see ourselves. And that we have a threshold for the pain of cognitive dissonance. People do not act in ways that are inconsistent with their identities, but in ways that affirm their identities. And knowing this, we can use this information and use this knowledge to be social agents of change. There's nothing but the speed of light that is a constant in the entire universe. Everything is dependent upon change. Everything is relative. Things are affected by our observation, the observer effect. And our lives, our experiences in politics, the lives that we live can be and will be affected by our observation, by our involvement, by our enacting, by our actions. In conclusion, we have the power. We have power to affect change through our identities. Things do not have to stay the same. And I think that we are on the precipice of a breakthrough, a new movement in our country. We have the power. We have the power to create the lives that we want. If we care about affordability, if we care about health care for all, if we care about senior citizens, if we care about our schools, about our educational system, if we care, whatever that you care about and that you're passionate about, you have the power to influence, to affect change. Thank you so much, and I hope that you continue to enjoy the conference.
Thank you so much, George. That was awesome. I'm going to hold you here for a couple more minutes just in case people have some questions. To start us off, I have a question for you. So when we talk about identity shaping political behavior, where do you think identity first starts to form for most people?
Yeah, that's a very great question. It definitely in childhood, you know, around the age of, well, when we come of age and begin to understand who we are and we begin to respond to how other people relate to us, those early years of formation definitely, I believe, form our self-concept. It is the things that our parents tell us that we can and cannot do, um, and that we begin to remember and we internalize it subconsciously. And, fear is learned. Every response, every action has a precedent in our subconscious minds. And so many times we pick up and gather things and draw conclusions before we are consciously aware. And so that's why I think it takes a lot of work to unlearn what we've learned when we're not even aware that we were being taught. So it's really interesting, how that works. About our brain is so malleable and so subject to change because of all the neurons that we have. We have so many, and before pruning takes place and occurs, that's why we have the propensity to be able to learn, to be able to pick up things much more quickly when we're younger. And so it definitely does go back to those early years. But now as we come of age, we have to, okay, see, what do I believe about myself? What do I believe about the world? And try to challenge that.
Do you have any advice for someone that maybe they did grow up with a really strong identity and they're trying to kind of figure out what they actually believe outside of all the outside influences? What are kind of your advice to people that are kind of grappling with that change?
Yeah, that's a really great question. And I'll kind of start with myself, a personal story. I grew up very religious background. uh, and I appreciate my background, but now I've come to embrace a non-denominational approach and include more people on their spiritual journeys, and realize that God is in, he's in more than one place. And so I would just say, just, be open to change. Don't think that the world is going to end if someone challenges what you believe. And like, it's, try to separate it from being a threat to your existence, to you personally, and just recognize that more than one thing can be true at the same time. That's what I'm learning. More than one different things can be true at the same time, and changing doesn't invalidate who you are, or embracing other ideas and opinions. It doesn't invalidate who you are. Um, just be open. I mean, you're going to enjoy it a whole lot more.
Yeah.
Just have a mindset of learning. Just try to learn things. You don't have to believe everything that you read or that you hear. Just try to learn. Expose yourself to different people, different mindsets, different ideas, and then put it all together one day, and form a new opinion.
Awesome. Looks like we do have a question in the chat here from Jack. So, a big concern among progressive candidates is regarding winning in red areas. So, what would you say to candidates running areas that have strong identities to communicate effectively and govern?
Yes. Okay. I think there's something that's common to all of us, and our basic humanity. And when you can tap into that, whether someone is staunchly conservative or Republican or red, however you want to describe that, if you can just talk with them long enough to find out what do they care about as a human, try to see how does that connect with what you care about.
Yeah.
And just talk about that, ride that out, see how many things that you have in common. And a lot of times it's just the meaning that we assign to the labels, the words, that we talk about, pro-life, pro-choice. It carries such a heavy meaning because it is attached to people's identity. So you have to kind of find a way to use language that is not so charged, to try to get to their heart and to see, like, what do they believe that's actually very similar to what I believe. And I think a lot of people would choose to vote for another party because, I mean, we see that happen. People change when they see that other people they're not like how I thought they were. It's not like how you think many times. They're not like how the media portrays them. Because we give meaning, again, assign meaning to everything. So like when you just talk to them long enough, so it's dialogue, it's understanding, being able to reframe. It's getting down to our humanity. Everybody has a brain, everybody has a mind. That's irregardless of party, of denomination, of lines. And so just talking to people long enough to tap into that.
I love that. Yeah, I think that we make a lot of assumptions about people based on the labels and identities that they claim as well. And I think it's very important to focus on what we all share in our common humanity and all of that. So I love that. Yeah. We're going to wrap up here. Is there anything, like the one thing that you want to leave everybody viewing with, if this is the only thing that they take from your talk, what's kind of like main point that you want to drive home here?
Yeah, let's live this experience. Let's live out the things that we're learning at this convention. Let's incorporate it, integrate it in our everyday lives. Let this just be more than a convention, a conference. Animate it, personalize it, attach meaning to it in your own life, extend it, extrapolate it, look for ways that you can reframe your identity, that you can reframe your mindset, that you can use your identity in a positive way to be an agent of change. But just spread the message, keep it going from here, internalize it and personalize it.
Thank you so much, George. That was amazing. We really, really appreciate you joining us today. For everybody watching, George will be with us tomorrow on Discord for the Mingle with the Speaker session, right, George?
Yep, exactly right. Thank you so much. It was a pleasure.
Yes, thank you, George. You're awesome. Yeah, if anyone has any questions for George, please join us on the Discord. George, I will send that link over to you later today, okay?
Okay.
All right. Thank you so much, George.
Thank you.
Okay. Wonderful. Well, thank you, everybody. That was George. Thanks, everybody, for listening. Next up here, we're going to kind of transition. I'm going to introduce you guys to some of the people behind the movement. So I'm going to introduce you to some of the members of our board of directors and a staff member as well. So I'm going to go ahead and just give the stage to everybody. I'm going to introduce Sydney Catalina. You guys have already heard from her, but she will go ahead and take the stage and give a brief introduction. All right, Sydney. You're muted, Sydney.
Hi, I just noticed. Hi, everyone. My name is Sydney Satalino, and I am the leader of the Progressive Party. So my day-to-day is guiding our You Can Run program, where we're running candidates for office. I am a part of the board of directors, and I also am a leading voice creating the platform. I wrote the entire platform this time, but next year we're going to have a platform committee, as I mentioned, to kind of like craft the next platform and add more issues to it and overall just make it even better. And I do a lot of promotion for the party online, on social media, on Instagram, on TikTok, and I love spreading the word about the party. And overall, as you may know, I'm running for president of the United States in 2040, but I also want to run for local office when I get out of college and eventually work my way up to governor of North Carolina and then president of the United States. So this party means a lot to me, and I'm just really happy to see it flourish.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Sydney. Next up, I'm going to introduce David Hughes. Hi, David.
Hi, everybody. So I'm David Hughes. I am a member representative. So that means that I represent the interests of all the members who are not staff volunteers on the board of directors. And we do lots of interesting things there. You'll hear a little bit about that later today. I'll just tell you how I came to this place. When I was younger, like a teenager, I grew up in the Reagan era as a Republican. I was down with the Soviets. It was all very much like that, the Red Menace. And as I got older, I started to see more of the world around me, and I discovered that my tendencies lean towards social welfare and taking care of other people. So I became a Democrat. So that's great. And then lately, I've been noticing that the Democrats aren't taking care of people anymore. Like the Republicans say they care about the workers, the Democrats say they care about the workers, but I'm not seeing that in their actions. And that's kind of what drew me to this party, was the idea that we're going to go back to the people and have a party that represents the people. And so I'm really excited to be part of that.
Awesome. Thank you so much, David. And we will hear from David a little bit later today as well when he kind of walks us through our bylaws and voting process. Thank you so much. Next up is Ajac. Most of you guys probably know Ajac. I'm going to invite her to stage.
Hi.
Here we go.
Whoa, you can't see me. I have no light. I'm Ajac Johnson. I'm the Chief of Staff and currently the Acting Party Chair for the Progressive Party. My role looks like managing volunteers, making sure they're put where they need to be, making sure that they have the resources to do their job appropriately. I'm also responsible for making sure that we're following through on timelines, that that all of our programs, which we're going to talk about in a little bit, are in tippy-top shape, going across on time, that we're enabling people to run, win, and lead in elections across the country. I'm a grassroots organizer in Wisconsin. I live in the beautiful city of Milwaukee. And on the ground in Wisconsin, it's very obvious that essentially, Wisconsin's one of the most expensive states in the union when it comes to elections. So the Democrats pour tons of money in, the Republicans pour tons of money in. Back in April, Elon Musk spent billions of dollars in our state election. And I think what that showed to me is that money is really, it's what wins elections. You can buy an election. Campaigns do calculations. How much does each vote cost? So my big dedication, I come from a nonprofit background. I come from an organizing background. And my thought is we've got to change this country. We've got to get us universal health care. We've got to end these endless wars abroad. We've got to bring back democracy, one where anyone in any constituency can say, you know what, I think I could do a better job than that guy, and go out and run and win and lead. So my focus primarily as the acting chair and as the chief of staff has been building a party that can help people run and that can skip that money aspect, build real grassroots power. So I look forward to participating in the rest of this convention. Thanks for having me, Sydney. And also, as you know, later on, I go through my presentation of our programs. You might think about that as you choose my replacement as the acting party chair.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Jack. All right. Next up and last but not least, we have Balin, who I will invite to the stage. Hi, Balin.
Hi, y'all. I am the current acting treasurer of the Progressive Party, Balin, and I've been just working in supply chain and just essentially going through my life and finding out what I believe. And this has really connected with me on multiple levels on how we work and how we are really focused on the people. My job day to day really works down in the money. I'm what money goes where and reporting that money to the FEC and a bunch of different things like that. I don't have much to say, but that's what I got.
Awesome. Thank you, Balin. And Balin will be joining us a little bit later today with the candidate panel as well, so you'll hear from him again. Amazing. Alrighty, so next up, I'm going to pass the mic off to Ajac, who is going to walk us through an overview of our party program and infrastructure. All right, thank you so much, and Ajac, the stage is yours.
Thank you. Hi again. Again, I'm Ajac. I'm the Chief of Staff and Acting Party Chair. The big mission behind the Progressive Party, and I've already said it once, it's to run, to win, and lead in constituencies across the country. It's so abundantly obvious that our services are being shorted at every level of government. You've got communities that are building data centers, sucking up their water, completely ruining their infrastructure without any input from the people who live in those communities. Meanwhile, you've got Chuck Schumer over in Washington, D.C. betting your healthcare on a pinky promise. So the idea of the Progressive Party was it was simple. The idea wasn't, you know what, we're going to go and replace the speaker. The idea wasn't that we're going to go and run for president right off the bat, right? And we see a lot of parties do this, but we also see a lot of parties start on the ground. The thing is, we're very disconnected in this country, and starting a new grassroots movement is so incredibly difficult and fraught and frivolous. So as we work, I'm accompanied by Sydney, and I'm accompanied by the other Sydney and the board of directors and a whole array of other staff as we build out party programming that makes it possible for anyone to run, to win, to lead wherever they are. We're starting at the ground level and we're building up, and we've got a strong focus on local and state elections. And there's a few ways that we want to make that possible. There's the back end of things, which we might talk about first. Then there's the front end of things. And I'm willing to bet that a bunch of these things are things that you've maybe not heard of yet that are party programs. I know that some of them are going to be surprises to some of you, and I know that some of them are going to be long established. Let's start by talking about kind of like the back end. When I say the back end, I don't mean like what we're doing in the nitty gritty. I mean what we're doing to make sure that the party can continue to function, that the party can continue to grow its reach, and that the party can continue to interact in different ways, in different forms of media and such like that. And the first thing that I want to introduce to you is the Freeway Podcast. Many of you already listen to the Freeway Podcast. It's put on by David and Hazel, and they do an impeccable job with it. And I've actually got a clip here from the podcast for those of you who've maybe seen something on social media or seen something on the website, and we're wondering just what a little bit of the commentary might look like.
Said Schumer, the Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries refused to acknowledge the simple facts. Senate Majority Leader.
What are the simple facts?
I don't know what the simple facts are. These are just bullet points.
Cool.
Quote the simple facts. Senate Majority Leader John Thune accused Democrats.
Oh my God. I don't even know who the Senate Majority Leader is. That's bad. It used to be Mitch McConnell. I don't know who it is
Didn't he
now.
retire? I mean,
no, he's still in there.
No, Senate Majority Leader John Thune.
I don't even know who that is.
I don't know.
That's my live reaction. I've never listened to that clip before. I need to catch up on my episodes of The Freeway. The Freeway episodes tend to be about an hour long, maybe a little bit more, maybe a little bit less, depending on the day. They typically cover a few topics that are big in the news. They come out bi-weekly. You can see them on all major platforms, and you can head over to their website by typing in thefreeway.cc. Again, that's thefreeway.cc. Another thing that we're working on, which might be news to some of you all, and probably is news to some of you all if we've done our good job of keeping a secret, is that we are exploring the possibility of a Young Progressives program. Yesterday, it came up that members could only join the party if they were over the age of 18 and also U.S. residents. We've had many of you reach out to us and say, I want to start something at my college. I want to start something at my high school. And we're listening to that because we understand how important that grassroots effort is. I am in a very political world, and I know so many people who started door knocking when they were 15 or 16. And we want to make sure that the ability to participate in our civic government is open to all of you. Let's shift gears. I want to shift gears towards our membership program. The membership program, it's pretty simple right now. We're going to have more programs like this tonight. We're all going to be in the Discord server talking to each other. Members are also going to get to vote on the next party chair. And these are all things that come with the privilege of being a member. You can sign up to be a member at progressforus.org. Another thing, we've got our member-only Discord server, and there's always stuff going on in there, always conversations and stuff. Switching gears again, let's talk about our electoral programs. We've got, I think, an electoral program that I really want to put in your attention, as many of you will probably not run, some of you hopefully will, but many of you probably won't run, is our Choose Your Leaders program. If there's someone who inspires you in your day-to-day life, someone who you think would just do a remarkable job leading your country, leading your county, leading your city, we actually have a forum on the You Can Run website, which is accessible via progressforus.org, where you can nominate those people and we'll reach out to them with the resources that we can provide to get them going on their journey. Finally, the on-the-ground electoral stuff. I want to show you Run, Win, and Lead. Run, Win, and Lead is the master program that we've got that compiles all of our different programs, helping you to run, win, and lead. And I want to start with the You Can Run program. I don't know if I can zoom in here, so you're just going to have to read really tiny. The You Can Run program is our program which we use to get people running. It has training modules through Platform Hero. The point of Platform Hero is you can go from never having even known what an office is to being able to win one over the course of just a few weeks through really intensive hands-on education where you're building your campaign, building your branding, such like that, just being absolutely on top of things. We have a campaign in a box program. The idea behind campaign in a box is that you might get a pre-assembled website, you might get some pre-assembled graphic designs, and of course through Platform Hero, you're building your campaign, you're building your get out the vote strategy, you're building your canvassing team, which is also part of the You Can Win program we'll talk about here in a minute. We've got our candidate peer support program. When we've got more candidates on the map, we're going to have the floor open for candidates to talk to each other, to kind of troubleshoot. And we want to also help campaigns get off the ground with branding. Our We Can Win program is still very theoretical, and a bunch of this stuff is moving around. The We Can Win program is going to be the program which the next party chair has the biggest impact on. Again, this isn't how we run, this is how we win, and this is how we lead. There are a few different components of this, and first it goes back to Platform Hero with the training modules. This is so we can train your team. The Progressive Party is not able to provide hundreds and hundreds of staff and hundreds of door knockers to your campaign. We're spread across the country. But what we are willing to do is say, let's find your finance manager. Let's find your campaign manager, your field organizer. And they can all go through standard trainings that we use across the country. So you don't have to worry about your team in the same way that you don't have to worry about training you. We can train your team. We can get them the team that you need to be able to run, and you can focus entirely on your community. Other components of this is national phone banking and text banking. We're planning to set up a nationwide system, so no matter where you are, you can help candidates in critical districts to win their elections. We're going to gloss over Canvas Hero, assuming you already haven't read it. Essentially, there is a science behind canvassing. There is a science behind door knocking. We're doing the research. We want to make sure that you get only the best. And if you want to be involved in that, you can go online to progressforus.org/volunteer. You can sign up to be a national program organizer, a distributed organizer. The final project, it's called Beyond Politics. Similarly to how George was talking before us about how identity is such a powerful belonging in politics. One of the things that we see increasingly effective in developing progressive policy and scoring progressive wins is being able to talk beyond political borders. When you're running as a third party, you're not only going up against whoever is ideologically different, you're going up against a lot of the world because the DNC and the RNC spend tons of money locking us into these little bubbles, disabling our ability to reach out and reach beyond into new forms of thinking. And that new form of thinking may not exactly be like, oh, we've got to, take over the state or the economy or whatever. But that new form of thinking might be, instead of investing another 10 million in public transit, maybe we should make the current public transit more effective, then reassess. all across the country. Money's being wasted. We know this. And we know that people are mad about it too. We know that we're creating these long, elaborate ways to get around what accountability on the ground looks like. And people are growing mistrustful because of that. We want to help you and your campaign be able to cut through all this political cannon fodder that we use to distract from the actual conversations that we need to have and help you look at problems and solutions. This is a quick overview of what our party programming looks like. I'm excited to work with the next party chair that you elect starting today at 4:45 p.m. Eastern Standard Time to take up the torch on some of these programs, expand them, maybe add some more, and get them in front of you. Thank you so much for having me. And do we have any questions? I see no podcasts, but I do see a fan. And because I see a fan, I'm going to do the applause sound. So whatever. Sydney, back to you.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Jack. That was amazing. If anybody does have any questions, please feel free to send them in the chat. We'll be doing a little Q&A panel very shortly, actually, and I'll be asking a lot of your guys' questions. So throughout this whole rally, please feel free to send questions in the chat. All right. Amazing. Next up, I am going to introduce other Sydney Satellino, and she is going to be talking about our Voters' Bill of Rights, which I think you guys are going to absolutely love. So everybody, please welcome Sydney back to the stage.
Hello, thank you guys so much. And yeah, so a couple months ago, me and the rest of the board of directors were thinking about how we could make the promise that we gave to you guys when we started this promise of a party that isn't beholden to corporate donors, but is beholden to you, the people. And so what we decided to do is to create something called the Voters' Bill of Rights. And we wrote it out, and it has a few key things. The first thing is the voter has the right to receive honest and true representation, including the right to clear, honest, and direct communication. We are tired of politicians lying to you. We are tired of people saying, hey, I believe one thing, but then they completely betray their constituents and vote for another thing. We want to change that. We want to make sure that the people who run and you guys have access to honest and true representation so we can rebuild trust in our government and put faith back in we the people. The second point in the Voters' Bill of Rights is the voter has the right to issue feedback to the representatives and to have the representatives present themselves regularly. We're so used to politicians paywalling themselves to corporate donors or people at lavish parties, but not really taking any questions from the people. Or if they get emails from their representatives or call the representatives, then usually what happens is that these people, they don't really hear their feedback and they are filtered through interns and they honestly don't really hear, they don't really change. We want to change that. We want to make sure that the people that you elect are beholden to you, not any big money and not anyone that isn't people in your district, everyday people. We want to fight for the everyday person, and that is what that is going to ensure. The third point in the Voters' Bill of Rights is the voter has the right to be treated with dignity and respect by a candidate as the candidate acts, speaks, and legislates. So that means that everyone will be included, everyone will have their voices heard, and they won't be dehumanized, and people will be able to trust their representatives again, as long as the people in this party stick to what they need. We also have in this Voter Bill of Rights, the voter has the right to retain representation that is free from corruption, bribery, financial manipulation, and other forms of corporate or private coercion, the right to retain representation that represents their interests, and the right to retain representation that is transparent and candid. We are so used to politicians taking bribes from corporations. We are so used to corporations buying politicians, and then they dilute their stances to please their corporate overlords. None of that will happen in the Progressive Party. They all have a commitment. All of our candidates have a commitment to follow the Voters' Bill of Rights and to be beholden to you, not any corporation, not any lobbyist, not anyone that isn't the people that elect their representatives. We also have in the Voters' Bill of Rights, the Progressive Party chooses to observe and honor these rights of voters, not only because it's the right to do, but also because it's necessary to do so in order to create the world and democracy that we believe that Americans have the right to live in. The Progressive Party, its governors, its staff, its members, and its stakeholders all require that candidates who run for or attain office with the endorsement of the party recognize, observe, and commit to honoring these rights. The party requires that candidates maintain an air of transparency with the party and that they make efforts to communicate changing factors that may inhibit their ability to observe these rights of the party as soon as possible. And through collective reverence for these rights, which will affirm commitment to ourselves, our party, and our nation, we will build a better world. I believe in us, and I believe that we are going to be able to do this. Thank you all so much.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Sydney. All right. Next up, we are going to take a quick 10-minute break. I want to give you guys some time to send questions in the chat for the board of directors. When we come back, we'll call it 15. So we'll come back at 10:40 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, which
PM.
is PM. No, AM Pacific Standard. What time is it in Eastern?
It's 1:26 p.m. Eastern right now.
So we'll come back at 1:40 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for a panel with the board of directors and staff members. Please send questions in the chat that you want me to ask the board of directors, and we will get started on that in about 13 minutes. Thank you so much, Sydney and the rest of the board, and we will see you guys shortly. Alrighty, we are back and we are going to get started here. First off, we do have TJ here. You guys have not met him yet. So TJ, I just wanted to give you a couple seconds to introduce yourself to everybody before we get started.
Hi, I'm TJ. I'm one of the board seats, just like David. I came along early in the party's development, and I just stuck right by, and I put my name in the ring, and I'm glad I'm here now.
Okay, so we are going to go ahead and get started with some questions. None of these are directed at anyone specifically, so please just feel free to step in and answer. We can have multiple people answer the same question, so just feel free to chime in. First question, I'm going to kind of start us off foundationally. We got a lot of questions about this last night. Sydney kind of touched on it in our first panel. But can we have a clear definition of the Progressive Party? Or in other words, what is the party's political ethos?
I'd say that the party, it's defined by a strong commitment towards the people and a strong commitment towards wanting to do better in the world, and a strong commitment towards not taking any corporate money, not taking any lobbyist money, not taking any military industrial complex money. We want to create a more humane world. We want to create a fair world. We want to create a world where people are able to thrive, where the American dream can be achieved by ordinary, everyday people instead of just the rich and corporations.
And let me add to that the American dream. So we're not against people being rich, right? We're not communists in that sense, right? It's an aspiration. Everybody should want to make money, right? But we're interested in taking care of people at the same time, right? Having a conscience about it. And I think what sets us apart is that focus on the people, right? If I say I want to do everything that's great for the people, that also means doing good things for business and for companies and having a strong economy and keeping the debt down, right? Because that's what allows people to succeed. So that's important too. We're not just one-sided, like, oh, I wish everything was equal for everybody.
Awesome. Thank you, David.
I want to jump off that point and say, like, money it's not a means to your voice. Like, it shouldn't be that money is the defining value that backs your voice. So instead, it's based on like per person, per individual, rather than the amount of money you're spending, kind of thing. So everyone's voice is taken to be the same for us.
Next question for you guys. What are some objectives or values that you share with Democrats or Republicans?
I mean, I guess one thing is that both parties want to say we care about the people. Both parties want to say we care about human rights, we care about protecting people, stuff like that. We share those values. We want to protect people. We want to protect human rights. We want to protect the people. We want to protect small business. We want to protect our soldiers. But the thing is, they don't really follow through. And the difference between us and the Democrats and the Republicans is we follow through on our promises. So I guess it's sort of the same like in ethos, but also we actually follow through. And that's the part that they're lacking because their follow through is diluted by corporate money.
Yeah, I'll also jump off that. So the Make America Great Again, the phrase is alluding to the post-war America that we had when you could start a family just by getting a job and getting a house, and you could support you and your family just off of that. And the idea that is make America great is to get back to that kind of economy, that kind of that livable area. But what's not mentioned is how the civil rights was not there at that point, or how we've progressed as a society since then. And what we're trying to do is kind of bring that economic like opportunity back to the people, which is something I'd say the Democrats want to do but aren't really doing. So we agree there. And then the idea of make America great is something we want to do, but actually.
Awesome. Thank you. Anybody else have anything? Okay, great. So next, I kind of want to talk about like the strategy of having a third party or an independent party versus working with the Democrats or the Republicans. So I kind of asked Sydney this yesterday, so if anyone else wants to chime in as well, but what do you think is the benefit of building a third party from scratch rather than working within the two-party system?
I think we want to have not just 3, but more parties. It's a problem that we have national parties, actually, right? Because just look at what's happened in Congress recently. You've got the Republicans voting for measures that are bad for their constituents because they're being told to do it as a national platform, right? The only ticket that's national is the president and vice president. All the rest are state level and below. Like if every state had its own Republican Party, its own Democratic Party, its own progressive party, then the representatives would represent their people and not be beholden to some national ideal that's driven by a single ticket and the big donors behind it.
Thank you. TJ, I think you're muted.
I was going to say that's another thing I think we're in common with Republicans. Like we have some more ideas for states' rights than I'd say typical than like most parties. I think we have a strong idea of trying to empower people in their locale rather than just across the nation. There's an issue right now where like people want to change like the laws in Texas or in New York, but they don't even live there, and it doesn't really make sense to, you know, when we can have progress across the nation via our own candidates.
I think we got a follow-up question on the Instagram chat here. Why not just run independent and then make a party with other Americans who have similar values instead of imposing a brand new party?
Yeah, so we are running as independents in this current cycle because we haven't been able to get ballot access yet, but we want to build a strong party of independent thinkers, of people who believe what we want to believe, of people who, you know, believe in we the people. And we want a strong party to do that because we want to coordinate resources all throughout the nation. We believe that we want to have people winning in all 50 states. We want to empower local communities, but also have a national tie where change can happen everywhere and independence be coordinated.
Awesome. Thank you, Sydney. That is very, very helpful. And then another kind of similar question from yesterday, but how do you respond to concerns about splitting the vote and helping Republicans win? Can we kind of provide some clarity for anyone that's just joining us today?
Yeah, so what I said last night is that we want to start local. We want to start in these local elections, city council elections, state legislature elections that often aren't contested. So only one person runs. And in local elections, 70% of local elections had only one choice. And we want to bring a choice to people that actually represents their interests. And as, you know, we want to be a second choice, but also because we're starting local, we won't have to worry about vote splitting from the get-go, and we have time to build the party, we have time to grow, we have time to show people that we are a viable choice. And then as we get into more competitive elections like congressional elections and presidential elections, we have that backing, we have that proof that we have done stuff, and people will be able to believe in us, and it can avoid vote splitting.
And let me add also that there will be places maybe where we'll take away votes from the Democrats, right? Or we might take away votes from the Republicans. But even if we only get 5% of the vote, right? To us, that maybe looks like a failure. Oh, we didn't get somebody elected. But to the other parties, they worry about that, right? They have people whose whole job it is to look at the numbers after the election and understand what's happening. And when in the next election, 10% of the people vote for independence, they're going to start paying attention. What is it we're not doing for our constituents? What's drawing these people away from us? And we begin to shape the conversation about the values of this country even before we've started winning seats. So it's not wasted, like it matters. Every vote matters and it's counted, and somebody's paying attention to that.
Awesome. Thank you, David. And then I know main strategy is going to be kind of starting local. Question in the Discord about existing parties like Libertarian Party, Constitution Party, Green Party shows that going nationwide is very difficult. Getting a party member in Congress can also be very difficult. There was a question about where party an executive director and when. Follow-up question, are there any other kind of strategies that you have in place for going nationwide once we do kind of increase the party and get into those local elections for getting members of the Progressive Party elected into nationwide office or Congress seats?
So we are going to be electing our party chair today. We are going to have ballots sent out at 4:45 p.m. Eastern Standard Time to members of the Progressive Party, and they are going to be able to vote on our party chair, who will help guide electoral strategy. We have 3 different options that people will be able to choose from, and they will be working with me, they'll be working with AJAC, they will be working with the rest of the board to make sure that not only are we going to be able to win these local elections in 2026, but we're going to be able to start planning towards national elections in the future and build a stronger future for the party. And people have flocked to the party because they've heard that I'm running for president in 2040, but we will not be able to get to that future if we don't win these local elections. Starting local is important. And so building that social proof, like someone said in the comments, is vital. And we are going to be able to grow to national elections if we win these local elections. Every race matters.
Amazing. Thank you. Any final comments from the board about kind of running as an independent, or about the two-party system in general before I move this on? Perfect. Okay. Next thing here, I know we talk a lot about not taking corporate money. So where will the party's funding come from?
Yeah, I'll start out with this one. At least at current, most of our money is coming, all of our money is coming from you, the people, through donations, memberships, and different fundraising efforts. And that's where most of our main priority is coming from. Now, obviously, as we grow and grow, the goal is to continue having that and really resisting corporate and big donation, and going from really not being fueled by them.
Awesome. Thank you, Baylor. And then how can people be confident that once the party does gain popularity, it won't become controlled by corporate interests or lobbying groups like many other parties do?
Well, it will have to come from the people. It will have to come from us. We'll have to stick to our guns. We'll have to stick to our values. And I've talked about being neurodivergent in politics before, but that comes with a strong moral code that as the founder of this party, the last thing I want is for us to take a single cent of corporate donations. The last thing I want is for us to sell out. And so I believe that having strong leadership that resists that kind of pressure and members that are willing to hold leadership accountable is exactly the kind of stuff that we need to resist that kind of pressure.
I love that. Thank you, Sydney. And then kind of follow-up question to that for you guys. So once it does gain popularity, especially if we're not taking corporate money, how do you plan to respond from pressure or attacks from large corporations or organizations that do have a lot of money?
Well, we'll have to have people power instead. I mean, that's the one thing money can't buy. Money can't buy the opinions of the people. Money can't buy what they think. If we all put our heads together and if we all resist the pressure and if we all are able to build a better world, then we will be able to resist that kind of pressure and we will be able to build a party without taking a cent from corporate America.
Thank you, Cynthia. Alrighty, and then last question in this section here. This is kind of like a big question. Do you think it's possible to fairly reform a system that many feel is deeply corrupt? If so, how?
Well, let me start by saying that the system has problems, but if you look at other places in the world, corruption comes on a scale, right? And recently, let's say in the last year, things have gotten much worse, but they're still not nearly as bad as they are in many parts of the world. So I would not say by any means that the system has reached the point of no return, that it can't be saved.
And then David, while we got you, I do have a question for you in the chat here. So how did your involvement as a scientist influence your decision to join the board? And how do you feel the Progressive Party can bridge the gap between people and science?
Well, that's a good question. So, of course, I love science. I love engineering. I think it's great stuff. It makes everything exciting to me to understand how things work. And that also translates to understanding how the society works, right? I hadn't looked at it before I started becoming involved in this party, but what are the pieces that fit together? How does the economy work? Where do people get their money from, their healthcare from? Like all these things are like a little puzzle, and it's kind of the same as an engineer solving, well, how do I make this machine smaller so it can be, fit into some tiny space? They've been exploring the pyramids with little rovers that go in through little cracks and look at things, right? It's the same kind of problem solving. And the difference is in engineering, people don't get all upset about it, right? We can have discussions, we can have different opinions, we can try things, work it out, and find a solution. But when it comes to society, people get really excited and they start yelling at each other, and it's hard to come to a solution. And so I think the translation there is learning to have a conversation about things is what's important.
Yes, I think that is a common theme of today. It's going to be a common theme of today. It's just talking to people, finding shared humanity, and not taking things personally and getting upset about it. Yeah. So, thank you so much, David. All right, you guys, I'm going to kind of transfer us into some economic and policy questions here. So how would you describe the party's economic framework? Socialist, capitalist, a mix of things. That's the first question.
I'd say it's more of like a mix, if anything, but in reality, people sometimes say that our policies are too communist or like something like that just because we're against corporations. But the truth is, our free markets aren't free. We have these big monopolies that control everything, and we're told that it's capitalism. We're told that we are making the best choices. We're told that this is innovation, but it's not innovation when a select group of companies control every single factor. And so trust busting, breaking up these monopolies, supporting small businesses is the cornerstone of our economic policy, because we want these free markets to be free, and we want small businesses to thrive. We want jobs to be created, and we want the economy to be better. We want prices to be low, and all of that can be solved if we just break up the big monopolies that are causing all of this.
I want to jump off that as well. And after the Great Depression, the FDR created the Green New Deal. We started getting 40-hour work week. We got weekends. We got the jobs were created. We can do something like FDR. There needs to be the monopolies were broken up. I believe Carnegie Steel was broken up. Lena Khan was in the White House at one point. Someone like Lena Khan can come back to the White House and break up the monopolies that are currently. We do not live in a capitalist society at this point. We live in a corporate society. That's the issue. The best isn't winning. It's the people with the most money is winning.
Thank you, TJ. And then kind of, how would you connect that kind of policy to support for low income or marginalized communities economically? Like, what is your plan to kind of support those communities?
Yeah, so I'd say to support marginalized communities, we need to invest in their small businesses so they are going to be able to have economic power, because the rich are mostly people who have been historically advantaged, and they are the owners of these monopolies, and they have been able to, oppress marginalized groups because of their stranglehold, because of their corporate power. But if we break up that corporate power, then people are going to be able to change things, and life will be so much better for basically every marginalized group imaginable.
Thank you, Sydney. And then last question here about economics, unless we get something in the chat. If wealth concentration is challenged, how would you respond to concerns that wealthy people would simply leave the United States?
So I don't think they will leave in great numbers because other countries, like I think France has like a 70% top tax rate. If this is your home, and most of the world thinks of America as still being one of the best places to live in the world, like there's not really a lot of incentive to leave unless we're really draconian, right? Like you say, attack them. Yeah, okay, we could drive them out if we wanted to, right? But as I said, we're not opposed to people being rich. We just want them to pay their fair share. We don't want them to pay more than their share. We just want them to pay their share. That's all.
Also, I'm pretty sure the rich people will move out. Talking point has been said in New York every mayor election. Every left-wing city has the billionaires will move out. It's a few big names might move, and that will get reported on. But those are the only names that make the story. The vast majority of people remain where they are. No one wants to get up and move their entire livelihoods around. It's not an accurate representation of reality.
And it does look like we have a question in the chat here. What will the party do to stop homelessness in general, and specifically questions asking about homelessness for veterans?
There is a housing crisis in America. We need to create more affordable homes. We need to create incentives to build those homes. There needs to be a cut down on some regulations across the states to make these homes easier to build and have more people to have more ability to access them. There is a current issue in there's no incentive to build up subsidized homes because there's no money in creating them. So there's a real, like in New York, for example, the housing market is insane. Rent controls don't really help. They actually they raise the cost of rent on other units because only some of the units are rent controlled. There's a lot of ways that we have to take a joint approach to housing of slashing regulations and creating actual incentives.
And to address the veterans part of that, it's not just veterans, but really what you're thinking about are the people who have some impediment to getting back to work or to being able to take care of themselves, right? And in the case of veterans, often it's PTSD. They can't hold down a job because of that. Or it could be a disability, right? But it's not just them. And we need to think about homelessness in terms of how are we taking care of the weakest members of society, the ones that can't take care of themselves. And that kind of might touch on to a future question about universal basic income. So maybe we should hold off for that part. But yeah, that's part of our program, even at the local level, has to be thinking about how you take care of your community.
I kind of stole my thunder there. My next question is going to be about universal basic income. I know I kind of touched on it a little bit yesterday, but if anyone has any thoughts about their stance on that they'd like to share now is the perfect time.
Well, since it's still focused on me, I'll start. I think we almost have it already in this country, but for some reason we're afraid to talk about it, right? So you think about all the different welfare programs we have, right? There's SNAP and there's WIC and there's like all these different ways that we're giving money to people that need help. Well, universal basic income is just saying, let's roll all that into one package and just distribute it evenly. It's a lot easier to administer. There's no way to cheat if you make it universal, right? Everybody gets the same. So there's some good arguments for doing it that way. But in the meantime, until Americans can wrap their heads around this concept that, that doesn't totally undermine our way of life, we probably still have to carry it out through a series of separate packages and sort of disguise it, if you will.
Anybody else have any thoughts there? I think that was very well put, David. I think, yeah, it's just about kind of packaging it up the right way at the right time so that people are ready for it kind of thing. Awesome. So kind of staying on some social policy, I know we talk about neurodivergency here. So what will the party provide for neurodivergent individuals, and kind of how will neurodivergency be treated differently from some of the other ways that larger parties kind of talk about it?
I'd say one thing that really separates the Progressive Party from the other major parties is that we do have neurodivergent people in leadership, and neurodivergent voices are very much common in this party, which they aren't really common in other parties. And we want to make life better for neurodivergent people, especially in the education system. A lot of us have experienced hardship when it comes to education, especially, curriculums that don't serve us and teachers that don't understand us. And I believe that if a lot of members of the Progressive Party are able to run for school board and are able to fix those injustices and reshape our school curriculums to accommodate more different types of minds, then we are going to be able to create something better for all.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. We have a volunteer system currently that really is very inclusive to everyone and allows most voices, if not all, to be heard through our party programs, and really lets people and people of all walks of life to be able to come in and have a voice in different programs and be able to actively help the party in different ways, where I feel like in other parties we don't really have that opportunity.
Thank you, Dana. Kind of along the same lines, how does the party plan to provide support for immigrants, LGBTQ plus communities, and other marginalized communities that have been historically overlooked and underserved?
I think speaking on just the LGBTQ plus comments and really taking that in is, again, that same focus of having different people in power and volunteer. And as a member of the LGBTQ plus community myself, it's very easy to, well, not easy, but it's able for me to provide my outlook on the board of directors and provide my outlook to different things to try to be inclusive. And that's one of the main reasons I joined the party in the first place, was because of this injustice I see, and the injustice we see differently in the world against people of different walks of life, and just really focusing on the people and how we come from where we come from and how to further that and really have the people speak through the party.
And then let me say on immigrants, I think a lot of the problem comes from these artificial caps that Congress has set on how many people can immigrate legally to the country, right? We're not talking about making an open border where anybody can walk across without being checked. What we're talking about is the people who want to come being able to apply and go through the process and get screened and come legally into the country and be part of the system. But when we cap those numbers and there's more demand than supply of the visas, then people come through illegally. And that's what creates the illegal immigrant problem. In turn, people are upset about illegal immigrants, and that creates hostility. And this is causing, the reason why these communities are marginalized and afraid to ask for help and things like that.
Thank you, David. Okay, I'm gonna shift us a little bit. So later today, we do have a talk from Dr. Reverend Caleb J. Lyons, which I wanted to highlight. And so kind of in preparation for that talk, what is your perspective on the influence of religion in government?
You're muted, TJ.
I'm not going to be able to find the quote, but we wrote a treaty to Tripoli, and in that treaty, it says, the U.S. was not founded on any religion. And I think that's kind of where it's my opinion.
Right. I think it's important that the government does not impose a religion on people, right? Like we have this principle of religious freedom that everybody can worship their own way. But we should also recognize that everybody who represents us has some belief, right? When we pick a representative, they might be an atheist, or they might be a Catholic, or they might be some other religion, right? And that's going to influence their way of thinking. And that's okay. Like we want people to have morals and be accountable to themselves and to the rest of us. We just don't want people to say, well, everybody has to do it my way, right? That's what we don't want to impose on people.
Yeah, I love that. I think it goes back to talking about forming a party of independent thinkers as well, and allowing people to kind of form their own religion and not imposing it on people. Awesome. And then kind of wrapped right in there with religion, we got a question about abortion and what is the party's position on abortion?
All right, I'll throw myself on this one. It's, of course, thin ice for a guy to be talking about abortion. Like, oh, what do women do with their bodies? The official position, I think, is certainly it should be legal. Women have a right to control their own destiny, right? Like there should not be somebody else telling them what they can do with their body. But I think the question has been asked wrong for all these years, right? I don't think you'll ever find a woman that says, oh, I was happy to have an abortion. Like, no, they do it out of necessity. So let's ask ourselves, why is this happening? Is it because they didn't have access to proper contraceptives? That seems like an easy problem to solve. Is it because they don't have the resources to take care of themselves, much less a child? That seems like a social problem we could work on. Is it because they have an abusive partner? Seems like something we should, you know what I mean? Like, I think we could address social problems and bring down the number of abortions without having to go into this whole, oh, let's make this medical procedure illegal. I think the question was intentionally asked in a way to divide us, and it's been phrased that way for a long, long time.
Many social issues are framed in a way to divide us.
Yes. All right. Anything that we want to add here before I'm going to transition us into some education questions next. So we talked about this a little bit in terms of neurodivergency, but kind of on a bigger level, what are some things that you plan on changing or want to change, hope to change about the current education system?
So one thing that I really want to change about the education system is the way that schools are funded. Property taxes have a lot to do with the way that schools are funded, which allows richer schools to have more opportunities than schools in poorer areas. And it's heartbreaking when a school that's near you has a jumbotron, but a school 20 minutes down the road can't afford supplies. And so the Progressive Party has proposed a solution where corporations and multi-billionaires are taxed 2%, and that 2% goes into funding schools equitably.
Awesome, thank you. And then one question here: how would you encourage creativity, risk-taking, and critical thinking in schools, or do you think that will naturally increase by changing the way that schools are funded?
Well, I think that we've talked about making the curriculum more accessible for people who are neurodivergent, people who think differently. And I believe that not having such a rigid curriculum and allowing people to express themselves and not tying, school funding to test scores will allow people to be more creative, will allow people to critically think differently, and just allow a better education experience for all.
Yes, we should be going back to looking at the No Child Left Behind Act, which tied funding to test scores. Maybe repeal that into something different. That was the No Child Left Behind Act of 2001. Was really what tied test scores and standardized testing across every and schools would be punished heavily for not meeting the standards, but like neurodivergent children just they struggle with standardized testing because it doesn't meet their needs or their strengths.
Yeah, and I think it's important to highlight the differences in neurodivergent people, and especially not compared to neurotypical people, but compared to each other, and know that everybody's different, and not in just the sense of where we came from and what we do, but how our brains work and how that operates through learning. And everyone has different learning styles and different ways that really highlight their skills. And I think education should really help to further what people are good at rather than forcing into a box that we have today.
Thank you, guys. It looks like we have a question about churches. So how does the party feel about mega churches, and do we think that mega churches should be heavily taxed?
So we do not have an official party position on mega churches as of yet, but we want, places to be able to help people, and we want these places that have a lot of resources and influence on the community to be able to feed people, to, you know, provide housing for those who need it and stuff like that. And clearly from all the videos that trend every year of mega churches putting on elaborate Christmas productions, but not actually helping the people and not being able to find food for others, then some mega churches are clearly, you know, not doing what Jesus wants. And we want people to, you know, actually give back to the community and stuff like that. So while we don't have an official position on taxing mega churches, that's something that should probably come about in the next platform. But yeah, it's really something to think about, why these trapeze in the nativity doesn't feed people. Yeah, stuff like that.
Awesome. Thank you, Sydney. I think that's very well put. Yeah. Any other comments on that, you guys? All right. Healthcare is next. So what steps, like what strategies do you have to combat the rising healthcare costs?
Healthcare should be free. Enough said. I'm diabetic. I need insulin to live, and it costs so much money. It costs me thousands of dollars a year just to live, just because my pancreas gave out. I said this last night, and I'll say it again. We shouldn't be living in a country where it costs an arm and a leg just to survive if you're diabetic or if you have another pre-existing medical condition.
I'll say I did a little homework last night looking up, like, why is healthcare cost rising? And there are a couple of factors. One is that the population is getting older, so there's more demand for services. But the other one is this consolidation. Remember, we talked earlier about breaking up monopolies. As all these hospitals merge into big, hospital conglomerates, then there's less competition. There's no price pressure on them. And so that's a big part of the problem as well.
Yes, and a lot of pharmaceutical companies are owned by insurance companies. So that they set the prices for the insurance, which means the insurance gets to pay whatever price they really want.
Yeah, and as being a part of the healthcare world in some way, shape, or form with what I do currently, a lot of costs are much lower on front value than they are with what gets end up being paid by insurance and by the people who need the care. And a lot of different things could be cut out, I think, of the process, and it could be much cheaper as we go forward.
So thank you, guys. Next up, climate change. What's the party's stance on climate change, and how does the party plan on acting on climate change moving forward?
Yeah, so a big factor when it comes to climate change is corporate emissions and how corporations aren't held accountable for emitting so much. And we're told to, drink with paper straws, and that will definitely save the environment. But also, it's just really frustrating when, you have these big corporations and these CEOs of their private jets and certain celebrities that only need to fly 5 minutes just to do something. And it's frustrating because we're told that we're the problem, but in reality, the problems are the corporations. And so we want to implement a carbon tax on the top emitting companies in America to hold them accountable and to hopefully increase more environmentally conscious behaviors. And we also want to protect our national parks as well.
And there's another way that the corporations are causing a problem, which is through this capturing of the government with the big donations, right? We can no longer trust what the government's telling us because the government's being told what to say. And this creates, a dialogue, but it's not real. Like, scientists know all about climate change. They know what's causing it. They know how bad it is. But the public is being confused, and they're being confused in part by official statements that are driven by these corporate donors. And so that's a problem too.
see any additional questions here on climate. So next we're going to be talking about some foreign policy and maybe following up on immigration. I did see a question in the chat. Let's see if I can find out again. Yes. How do we feel about reform for inhumane deportation conditions and just how like the deportation process in general?
Yeah, so a big root cause of our immigration issues, like was mentioned before, was the fact that our immigration system is broken and that it takes years for people to immigrate legally, so they're forced to immigrate illegally, and also because we in the past have destabilized many nations, especially in Central and South America, through coups and CIA activity. But we want to implement trade practices that will be able to help not completely like aid those countries, but like help them rebuild, help them build strong economies on their own where they don't have to be reliant on other countries, where they're going to be able to, thrive, and that will hopefully, reduce the need for immigration. And for those who want to come to America, for those who want to start new lives here, we want to make the process easier. We want to cut down on the red tape. We want to cut down on wait times that are years in advance. And we want to help people, bring back due process. Exactly. We want to make the immigration process smooth so that we don't have these problems anymore.
Awesome. And then transitioning more into foreign policy things, what is your overall foreign policy stance? And then I'll kind of ask follow-up questions from there.
So, our big foreign policy stance is to, end the endless wars and to not stop spending so much on, bombing people halfway across the world, instead investing in humane foreign policy, building relationships of companies with countries, and just make things better for, places, and endless war, and create, a better future for all.
Awesome. Thank you, Sydney. And how do you plan to approach relationships with developing countries differently from how we do right now?
Yeah, so a lot of the way that we build relationships with developing countries is we send them aid, and like I said, we don't really allow them to empower themselves, but instead we could be trading with them, and we could be helping their economies grow, and we can empower the people over there to start new lives, and not do it for them, but create something sustainable that can't be taken away.
There's also a darker side of how we interact with developing countries. And sometimes American companies will go in and say, "Oh, we're going to help develop. We're going to drill for oil, and we'll put in some roads to get out there, or we're going to do something that's going to need trains, and we'll get the mining going, and we'll have the engineers come, and it'll be great." And then they start taking all the profits out of the country. Right? They don't hire the locals except for the lowest paid jobs, and then the profits go back to America. And usually the countries eventually go, that's not right. And they push back. And that's when we get into some of these endless wars too, where the American companies go to the government and say, "Hey, you got to go bomb them until they give us back our rights." Rights. So that's another place where, we could just stop doing those things. It's very easy to stop doing those things. And that will help.
Thank you. And then last thing on foreign, this isn't really foreign policy, but getting a lot of these questions. For people that are outside of the United States that want to support the party, what can they do?
Yeah, so I'd say, what was that again? I'm just trying to make sure I heard you right.
You're all good. So people that are outside of the United States, I know you have a lot of followers on Instagram, Sydney, that are not located in the United States. If they want to support the Progressive Party, they can't really become a member or volunteer since they're not here. So what other things can they do instead?
Yeah, so the biggest thing you can do is perfect, share our content, spread the word. There are so many ways that people can, spread the word now with social media and now through word of mouth and just being able to say, hey, this is this really cool thing that's happening in America, and it will help our countries too, because we won't have to deal with endless wars and we'll have better trade relations and stuff like that. But it definitely will matter a lot to people once they're told this. And now with people having friendships in all sorts of countries, like I have friends from the UK, Switzerland, South America, Australia, like I have friends all across the world, and they all know what we're doing because the word has been spread, and they've been spreading the word to people that they know both inside and outside of America. So spreading the word is something that is very paramount.
Awesome. All right, I'm gonna kind of jump us. So we got a lot of questions about Trump and MAGA and all of those things. So I wanted to address it here with you guys. So kind of first question that we got a lot was, do you support Trump or MAGA politics? And if not, what is your stance?
So we don't believe in the Democrats. We don't believe in the Republicans. We definitely don't believe in Trump and the human rights violations that have been happening under his administration. We don't agree with the fact that corporations have been getting a much bigger say, and the fact that his chief of staff is a former lobbyist and her former lobbying firm has been getting so much from these corporations that want to have better relationships. And we don't like the fact that they are meddling into mergers and companies are bending over backwards to please him. We don't like the censorship that is coming from the press, the self-censorship, just because they want better favors with the administration. And we want to stand up to that. We want to stand up to, the disastrous raids that are inhumane, citizens being taken off the streets, immigrants being taken off the streets. And we want to create something that's humane. We want to create something that we can unite the people instead of dividing them based on culture wars. And we want to be the answer, because we don't want to just say Trump bad. We want to say us good. We want to say things that are, give people a future post-Trump, because that is the lack of clarity that the Democrats have given. Like, they say Trump is bad, he needs to be stopped, which is true. Trump is bad, he needs to be stopped. But they don't give us more after that. They don't give us a brighter future. And we are going to give us that future post-Trump.
Awesome. Thank you. Question in the chat, is there any policies or actions that Trump has implemented which you do agree with?
Honestly, not really that I can think of up at the top of my head, but I will say that it was announced a couple of days ago that medical marijuana is being allowed, and that marijuana products are being declassified, which the war on drugs was disastrous, and anything to help mitigate the impact, even if I don't agree with the president on pretty much anything else. But, criminal justice reform is something that is very important to me. And I'm not sure if I can completely trust him to follow through, but just the idea of hopefully there could be a future where people aren't locked up just for having a little bit of drugs.
Thank you so much. Moving away from Trump, I have just a couple more questions for you guys. We are nearing the end here, and then we're going to have the political mommy come up and give our closing note for this section of the day. So, talking about democracy, my first question is, what are your thoughts on ranked choice voting?
We like ranked choice voting. we think that's the best way.
Yeah, and we are going to be doing ranked choice voting in our election for party chair.
Yes, amazing. And can someone kind of explain what the difference between ranked choice voting is for anyone that might not be familiar? TJ, you're muted. There you go.
I'm so sorry. Ranked choice voting, it's exactly as it sounds. You rank the person in order of preference. So let's say you got Joe and Sally and you like Sally more. It's Sally on top, Joe on below. If there's more than 2 candidates, which there usually are, you can rank 1, 2, 3. The difference between this is there are runoff elections where if a majority party person doesn't get the vote, then the votes go to the second person you voted for. And from there, you can decide the winner rather than it prevents a lot of spoliation in elections, and it allows people to vote more with their conscience rather than with strategy.
And that's, let me also say, if you think about an election where you have, say, 5 people running, right? You might end up with the front runner having only 30% of the vote, right? In a winner takes all kind of scenario, that person who doesn't represent the majority could win, right? But with the ranked choice voting, you eliminate the lowest one and then retabulate the numbers, and eventually you find someone who's acceptable to the majority, right? You get over that 50% threshold. So that's what makes it nice.
And then question from the chat here, I'm going to highlight. What are your thoughts on voting equity? Currently, your vote can have different weights depending on what county you're in.
Guess we haven't really thought about that question.
We can come back to it. There will be another Q&A session later, so keep that one in the back pocket. All right, guys. Last couple questions here before we're gonna wrap things up. So first one is kind of about large, like big picture strategy. So and I think starting local is going to be a big thing. But how do you plan on expanding the party on social media, kind of getting people on the ground, in person, running? How do you kind of plan on expanding that part of the party? Do you have any like specific strategies that you plan on using?
Yeah, we do have a plan to build the party at different levels, right? So there's national party level, there's state party level, but we've worked it all the way down to where there could be just, small chapters, we call it, like little groups of people on a campus or whatever, where, as we move out of the social media phase, we have to get more into the on the ground phase. And we need like people talking to their neighbors and their friends and building community that way. Not only because it's spreading the word, but because it's easier when you're surrounded by people who believe the same things as you to get active and to do things as a group instead of as an individual.
Awesome. All right. Last question for you guys. So for people that are watching this and they're getting inspired and they want to help out. Oh wait, here, it looks like we got here. So the progressive, oh wait, no, we're answering the question. Okay, cool. All right, last question here for you guys. So for anyone that is wanting to get involved and wanting to help, what is the best way to contribute skills or expertise such as economic policy or organizing to be able to help with?
Well, if you go onto the website, there's links to click to volunteer, and we've got lots of different kind of positions open, right? I mean, some are very simple things, and some could take more time and be more involved. But that's, AJAC, our chief of staff, she'll work with you and find the right fit. And if you want to help, like we could use all the help we can.
Awesome. Well, thank you guys so much. Does anybody have any closing remarks that they would like to leave everybody with? Or any final questions from the audience?
Just thank you for everything. Thanks for supporting the party. Thank you for all of this. I mean, like, this has been such an incredible journey going from, someone who last year was just posting on Instagram, not sure how far this was going to go. And now we're having our first ever convention. And now we broke 100 members just a couple days ago. And people are starting to join the party. People are starting to sign up to run. We have people in 35 states, and so many people are now knowing that we exist and we're going to be able to create such big change. And I'm super excited. So thank you all.
Awesome. Thank you, Sydney. All right. Well, with that, we will be having another panel with the board of directors, just so everybody knows. It will be on Sunday. The specific time, I can pull that up really quick. It's going to be at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So if there's any questions that we didn't get to that you guys would like to ask the board or staff members, if you're a member of the party, you can send it in the Discord. Otherwise, please feel free to message it in the chat throughout the day. I will be monitoring it and kind of compiling a list of questions to ask the board on Sunday, again at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So this was not the only chance you have to ask questions. You will have another chance tomorrow. Right. Well, with that, everybody, I am going to introduce our next speaker, the political mommy on Instagram, otherwise known as Melissa Kennedy. This keynote explores how one person's journey from classroom to digital organizing. It shows the power of story, community, and collective action. It looks at how advocacy, content creation, and grassroots organizing can turn outrage into action, how ordinary people using shared voices and strategies can create real-world outcomes. And at its core, it invites us to see activism not as something abstract, but as a practical tool for care, justice, and change. Again, to guide us through this conversation, I'm very excited to introduce Melissa Kennedy, also known as Political Mommy. Melissa is a community-driven political creator who turns breaking news into action by connecting policy, power, and real-world impact. Everybody, please join me in welcoming Melissa Kennedy. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for having me. Just to give you a little bit of background about myself, I was a special education teacher for 6 years before stepping out of the classroom, and actually just doing this work a few months ago, I started and it took off, and I've been learning a lot of lessons and learning a lot of information, and I'm excited to sort of share my story with you all. So essentially, I never planned to become an activist. I always planned to teach. I was a special education teacher, and like most teachers, I believed deeply in my role as a protector and an advocate, and just being a safe place where kids can come if they needed one. I believed in the idea that schools were sanctuaries. That belief started to crack when I became pregnant with my son. While I was pregnant, we ran lockdown drills, and during those drills, I would find myself spiraling, not because I didn't know the procedure, but because my body had changed. My life had changed. And I just kept thinking, what would I do if this were real? Because before I had this belly, before I was carrying my son, my answer was immediate and instinctual. I would have laid on top of as many kids as I could have. I would have never thought twice. That's just who I was. But now, standing there pregnant, I found myself questioning everything. Would I still do that? Could I still do that? And the question genuinely wrecked me. It felt horrible to even think. It felt selfish. It felt like failure, but it was also honest. And it was the first time I realized that the expectations that we place on teachers in this country are not just unreasonable, they're inhumane. After I gave birth, I returned to work, still very much in survival mode. My body hadn't healed yet. My hormones were all over the place. I was still learning how to exist as a mother. And then we were trained in something called I Love You Guys. And for those who don't know, this method was created by a mother who lost her child to gun violence at school. And the last text message she ever received from her daughter said, I love you guys. And I sat there in that training with tears running down my face, And I was just shattered because in that moment, I questioned my entire existence. Teaching in America should not require the emotional preparation for mass death. It should not require the physical weight of a police officer. It shouldn't require a mother to decide which children she might have to die on top of. That moment didn't just break my heart, it broke the illusion. That was one of the reasons I left education. Not the only reason, but a defining one. Education in this country has been heading down a terrifying path for a very long time. We ask teachers to be social workers and therapists and bodyguards and grief counselors and martyrs, while stripping them of resources, autonomy, and dignity. And time again, we show that our children and our teachers do not matter more than a law written centuries ago. Over maternity leave, I decided to intern remotely for a TV production company that works with large brands and agencies so I could learn a new skill and try to transition out of education, because the Second Amendment was ratified in 1791 and classrooms are still paying the price in 2025. And here we are again, shaken by yet another shooting, this time at Brown University. And once again, the response is the same: thoughts and prayers, no federal action, no urgency, and no accountability. Just silence dressed up as sympathy. When I returned to teaching after maternity leave, things got worse. I was increasingly just very unhappy with the environment and how I was treated. At one point, I was told I didn't work enough over maternity leave, which is illegal. And I don't say that to make that the focus of the story. I say it because it's not just me. The system was not built to support caregivers. It was built to use them up and spit them out. No matter how well my students were doing, no matter how much they improved, no matter how many grade levels they jumped in my classroom, none of it mattered. They didn't care. As soon as I got the call from the video production company with the opportunity to leave, I took it right away and I never looked back. I miss the kids a lot, but now I fight for them in a different way. While being in this new role, I learned everything: how content is created, how messaging works, and how narratives are shaped, and how attention moves people. Eventually, I thought, what if I took what I've learned and tried to use it for something that mattered to me? And so I did. And within 3 months, I gained over 100,000 followers across platforms. I was absolutely shocked. But I was also incredibly grateful, because even though this work is extremely emotional and exhausting and painstaking and heavy, I genuinely love it. And more importantly, it works. In just 3 months, working alongside other creators, advocates, and organizers, we helped get 2 people out of detention, 1 domestic and 1 foreign. The first was Musama Khan, a 67-year-old woman from California who was wrongfully detained by ICE. We knew from the beginning that awareness alone wouldn't save her, so we built a plan. We created very specific call to actions. We made it impossible for people to say, I care, without also knowing what to do. We organized consistent messaging. We worked with lawyers, advocates, and creators. We made it very clear that we would not stop telling her story. While Musuma was on a deportation bus, actively being removed from the country, the order came down to turn the bus around. She was taken back to the detention facility. Shortly after, a judge ordered her immediate release. While detained, Musuma suffered bruising and swelling from cuffs that were too tight. She was denied medication prescribed by her doctor, medication that she was supposed to be taking daily. And the facility was so cold that the detainees were freezing. She was 67 years old. That is not justice. That is not safety. That is cruelty. The second case was Mohammed Ibrahim. Mohammed is 16 years old. He's an American citizen. He was born in Florida. He was living with his family in the West Bank when a masked man showed up in the middle of the night and kidnapped him from his home. Those men were the IDF. Mohammed was detained for over 9 months. 9 months of starvation, 9 months of torture, 9 months covered in scabies with no treatment, little food, and no medical care. And the United States did nothing. He wasn't included in the prisoner exchange because he wasn't Palestinian enough, and he also wasn't protected by America because he wasn't American enough. So Muhammad sat alone, watching people die around him his same age, a child, an American child. This is where the work became even more urgent. We knew that spreading information was not enough. We needed urgency, not just awareness. We determined very specific calls to action and worked with a coalition of advocates, leaders, humanitarian workers, flotilla members, lawyers, and content creators. We simplified everything. If someone wanted to help, they didn't have to dig, they didn't have to do research, they didn't have to guess. CTAs matter, and they can save lives. And in cases like Masuma and Muhammad, time wasn't a luxury. Medical care was being denied. Every day mattered. Eventually, Muhammad was released, but what he endured should haunt all of us. Today, I do this work every single day, unpaid, alongside everything else in my life. It is a true labor of love, and it proves something that I want everyone to understand. We, the people, are not powerless. It has always been us against systems that rely on our exhaustion, our isolation, and our silence. But when we come together, when we build a concise plan, when we move with clarity and urgency, we are unstoppable. I didn't plan to become an activist. I plan to teach for the rest of my life. But when silence becomes violence, speaking up becomes survival. And that is why I'm here. Thank you all so much.
Sorry, it took
Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Melissa. If
Yes,
anybody has questions, please put them in the chat. I do have some questions for you. My first one, you shared about kind of fundamental change, how you experience teaching and just life in general. Can you
I'm so
elaborate?
I can't hear you. I'm so sorry.
Can you hear me now?
It's a little low.
How about now?
That's better.
Better? Okay.
I think so.
Cool. Thank you, whoever fixed that. Thank you. Okay, so I was saying that you shared about how becoming a parent has kind of fundamentally changed your experience with teaching and just kind of like your life in general. So can you just expand on how it shifted your understanding of care and boundaries?
Yeah, I think that, I think that everyone thinks they understand like what being a parent is like. And then you actually have a kid and you're like, oh my gosh, I had no idea. The emotional gravity of it and just the exhaustion of it and, the amazingness of it as well. And I think that after having my own son, it just became apparent to me that we have to treat every single kid in this entire world as if they're our own, and we have to protect them as, if they're our own, even if they're in another country or, from a different place. And I think it just really opened my eyes to the cruelty that I perhaps closed my eyes to before. And I've taught in both public and charter schools in both urban and suburban communities. And, I think the one common thread among many teachers, obviously not all, but many, is just the love for the kids and the ability to treat every child like their own. So stepping out of the classroom was really difficult for me, but I do feel just rewarded in the sense that I can do this work and still support kids in this way.
And what do you think people that have never worked in education or even really know anybody that worked in education most misunderstand about what teachers are being asked to do right now?
So I think that even if you look at school districts, right, like the people that are sitting at the top, the superintendents and the supervisors, many of them have not been in classrooms for a very, very, very long time. So they don't, and it's becoming a culture across the nation that we don't listen to teachers anymore. Teachers are no longer experts in the field. It's always coming from someone above who, again, is not in the classroom. And so I think when it comes to especially gun safety and gun laws and things like that, we should be listening to teachers. We should be surveying them on what kind of things they would like to see in their classrooms and across the nation. Like, what is it that would feel safe to you? What does that look like? Because I personally have never been asked that from anyone, and I don't think that any teacher has. So I think including teachers in the conversation is really important, and remembering that teachers are professionals and we know what we're doing. And I think that if we just start including them into the conversations more, we would see a lot more change.
I love that. And then kind of talking about awareness and action, you kind of mentioned that a little bit, the difference between the two. What do you think is the main difference, and why do you think awareness alone doesn't?
Yeah. So I actually created a ton of free resources. So if anyone is interested, you can go to Substack and look up Joint Sesh, JOINTSESH, and one word. And I created a ton of resources around this, right? Because a lot of us want to do this work, but the call to action sometimes can get a little bit confusing. And a lot of times you're just wanting to raise awareness. So if you're really just wanting to raise awareness and you start doing this work, that's great. But you might have occasionally people that are in your DMs asking for support with their mom or their brother or their loved one who has been detained, or maybe they have cancer and they're trying to raise funds, or all of these different things. And I think that you just have to understand who you're helping and what they want. Because you never want to do something that the person that you're trying to help doesn't want, but also sometimes things can be harmful. So even if you think that you're coming from a really good place, this could be harmful. And what I mean by that is right now I'm working with someone who their husband was detained by ICE. He's in detention right now, but he's an asylum seeker from Turkey. And his wife is actively trying to help support him. However, he doesn't have an asylum attorney right now. And so for us to sort of blast a call to action to call representatives and things like that is probably not the smartest move just yet. So if you're in this space, really understanding, okay, this wife just really wants people to know her husband's story. That's her goal right now. And she also is trying to raise GoFundMe for herself so that she can pay for attorney fees. That's the goal. The goal is not getting him necessarily out of detention tomorrow by calling a state senator over and over and over again, or calling a governor over and over again. The call to action is, okay, we're just supporting the wife right now in this journey. For someone like Musama, who her daughter came to me and said, hey, look, they're denying her medication. There are a ton of human rights things that are being violated here. I need to get my mom out. And she's done everything right. Like, there's nothing we need to hide here. Can you help us? Yes. Now we're calling Newsom's office and we're flooding, their emails and their calls. And then deportation buses are getting turned around, and she's getting an emergency court date, and she's ordered to be immediately released. So you just have to really understand who's asking for help and what they need. Also making sure that you understand, this is something you cannot do alone. You need a community to help you with this work. You need people to help support the messaging. You need lawyers to sort of run things by, because a lot of times I have no idea, if this could be detrimental to their immigration case or not. And so I am always very, very careful with what information I share. I run everything by lawyers, other activists, and of course the family. And I typically always send my video to the family that I'm helping before I post, to make sure that my language is correct and things like that. And also getting a lawyer to look at it if that's necessary, depending on, what we're talking about. In the case of Mohammed Ibrahim, same thing. This was an international situation. So I have no idea how to necessarily, I don't know how the different embassies work, but there were lawyers who did, and they kind of supported us in that work and saying, hey, this is illegal. This part wasn't illegal. This is what we want to emphasize. So just remembering that you can't do it alone. Definitely, join a community, join other creators, message us. I'm sure Sydney too, message us, because we need more people and more voices. So we're open to always, I'm always open to helping other creators, get their foot in the door and start this work. Sorry, that was long-winded.
I love it. Yeah, no, it's super interesting. The people listening are really, really into this. And for people that, let's say they want to kind of get started, but they feel overwhelmed or they just feel uninformed or they're not lawyers, so they don't really know where to go, what is kind of like your advice for people just getting started out in finding that community and finding those experts that they need to kind of create real change?
So I can speak to sort of how I started. When I first started, I really was talking about like news topics that were already, you know, in mainstream media and things like that. And then when I was scrolling, if I would come across a creator that was already talking about something that I felt passionate about, and I thought, ooh, like I would love to help support that messaging, I would message them and say, hey, could I please, you know, get involved, or could you get me in touch with, you know, the person that you did this video for, because I would love to interview them and help amplify their story as well. I know some people are a little bit intimidated to do that if they don't have a big following to start. So that's okay too. Just reaching out to other creators, making the content and saying, how can I get involved in your communities? We all are part of a community in some capacity. So just, you know, thinking about ways to get involved in other creator communities. And a lot of times we're in, you know, Signal group chats or WhatsApp group chats. And basically it's like, hey, this person reached out to me, they need help. And now we're all there to support each other. So community, community, community. I can't say that enough. If you're getting started, definitely find your community.
Awesome. And then when it comes to kind of protecting yourself emotionally and making sure that you can still show up for yourself and for your son, is it really like relying on those communities to help you do that? Or have you found other strategies that work for you as well?
Yeah, I mean, if I'm going to be completely transparent here, which I'm happy to do, I have struggled with mental illness my entire life. It's always been something that I struggle with, anxiety and depression. I have been through therapy for years and years and years and years and years. And so I feel like I now have the skills to be able to handle some of these really heavy things that I think 5 years ago, 6 years ago, probably not. I think that if you're looking to get into this work, be open to talking to someone about things, because things get really heavy and you can't save everyone all the time. And that's really hard to swallow. And I think, like, I've cried for many reasons, many days. And my mom sometimes will be like, Melissa, like, I don't know, maybe you should, you know, just focus on the news, or maybe we shouldn't get so in depth with these like cases. And I'm like, well, that's the work that I love to do, because I'm physically helping people. But with that, again, relying on that community, they're going through the same things. They're feeling the same things as you are. They love these people the same way that you do. And I will be honest, a lot of other people from the outside that aren't doing this work might not understand. And so explaining these stories to them might not be as triggering because they're not in it. And so, you know, just finding people that equally understand to kind of vent to and talk with, and, you know, just share emotion with, and then reminding each other that, like, this is why we're doing this work. And we have an amazing support system within this community. And that's all we need. That's all we need.
Thank you.
Protecting your mental health. Just make sure.
Yeah, super, super important, because we can't do the work if we're not mentally prepared.
Exactly.
So, very important, Bailey. And thank you for being so open about kind of like your journey too. I'm going to leave us on a positive note here. So, what is something that gives you hope right now, even when sometimes the work can feel exhausting or relentless?
I think right now things like this give me hope. Just finding other like-minded people that are thinking the same things that we're thinking and feeling the same things we're feeling, and really having hope that there might be change in the future that's not Democratic and Republican. Like, I think that everyone's kind of over it, you know, on both sides. I think we're at a point now where it's like neither side is good. And you know, people are slipping through the cracks now that are good, but I think we need a big change, and this gives me hope for that. And I just also think like the big wins, you know, like I'm working on so many cases right now, but guess what? 2 people got out of detention, and I'm really excited about that. I'm really happy about that. And I feel like it's just the beginning. So, you know, we're going to keep pushing. We're going to keep getting more people out of these places that they do not deserve to be in. And hopefully soon, you know, all of this craziness sort of settles down and people stop being dragged from their cars and streets.
Thank you, Melissa. Is there, last thing, is there one thing that you want to leave the audience with before you can say goodbye for now?
No, I'm just so honored, you know, that you all had me, and I appreciate it so much. I'm very grateful for the opportunity, and I'm excited for tomorrow.
Thank you so much, Melissa. Yeah, Melissa will be back tomorrow with a workshop for everybody about digital content creation. So definitely come back and continue the conversation. It'll be on Zoom as well, so you'll get a chance to interact a little bit more directly with Melissa as well. All right. Thank you so much, Melissa. This was amazing.
Thank you so much. Have a great one.
All right, everybody, thank you so much for sticking with us here. We are going to take a brief break, so grab some water, go to the bathroom, grab a snack. When we come back here at 3:15 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we will hear from David Hughes, who will give us a review of the bylaws and voting process, and then we will hop into our candidate panel. All right, thank you, everybody, and we will see you in 7 minutes. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. I hope you all had a nice little break there. Next up, we are going to be hearing from David Hughes again, who is going to be walking us through the bylaws and voting process to get you guys all ready for the candidate panel, which will be coming right after that. So if everybody can join me in welcoming David to the stage. Hi, David. I will pass it off to you.
All right. Well, it is a little tough to follow Melissa Kennedy with the bylaws, but I'll make them as exciting as I can. So what are the bylaws? You can think of them like the official rules that govern how our party operates. So they describe the organization, that we have a board of directors, we have staff and departments. They say who can join, which is basically U.S. residents of voting age. They give you member rights, right? You get to vote in the internal elections. You can file petitions with the board. There's some accountability sections. They talk about ethics and disciplinary actions against the board if we're doing bad things. There's some transparency, like having to keep meeting minutes, making them accessible to the members. They're kind of like a constitution for us that define, who does what and how the decisions get made. Now, the board of directors, it sets the policy, it provides strategic direction, whereas the volunteer staff handle the day-to-day operations. So there are 7 seats on the board. There's kind of 3 leadership positions: the party chair, which we've talked about a lot, the party leader, which is Sydney, and the treasurer. And then there are 2 staff representatives, which means the volunteers elect their own 2 representatives to the board to represent their interests, and 2 member representatives, which is all the non-volunteers who are part of the party, get to elect them to represent their interests. All the board members have equal voting power. We do things like we could amend the bylaws. We set the date of the convention. We can approve department budgets, things like that. Now, your rights as a member, right? Voting in the member elections, also running for seats, right? Petitioning the party on important issues, and having access to the meeting minutes or even watching them live. As for the elections this weekend, we've got the party chair, which is a 4-year term, and also 1 staff seat, which is a 2-year term. There'll be another staff election in the spring. And then we're also going to do a platform ratification. So the platform is made by a department under the party leader, and then the board looked at it and we thought it was good to go, but now it comes to you, the members, to ratify it. So you'll get to vote on whether to adopt it or not, and we just need a simple majority to pass it. But this is your chance to shape what the Progressive Party stands for. Finally, how the elections actually work: to protect the integrity, it's not run by the board. We appoint a independent elections officer, and that person oversees the selection of the software and the running of the election to make sure there's no monkey business going on. The voting will be online. You should receive email instructions if you're eligible, and we'll use ranked choice voting. We've already mentioned this earlier, but you just rank the candidates in the order of your preference, and this ensures that the winner will have broad support. I guess that's all I have, Sydney, unless somebody's asked questions. I know I did a great job explaining everything, so there's probably no questions, but just in case.
Yeah, sure. I have a question. So when did you guys make these bylaws, and what was that? Like how long did they take?
Yeah, it took a long time to make them, actually. We were working on them last winter at this time. Then we kind of finished them up in the spring. They have to be filed with your state of incorporation. There's a whole process to go through. And if we do change them, then, we have to file an update with the state. Like, it really is like an official document. It's a big deal.
Awesome. Okay, let's give it a couple minutes in the chat to see if anyone has questions. Oh, here we go. When will ballots be hitting inboxes for the chair elections?
I think that'll be closer to the time of the election. which is
Yes,
not too
around
far.
5 p.m. Eastern time is when we will begin the elections opening ceremony, and then that is when it will be sent out to everybody's inbox.
Yeah, and keep in mind that it's like a 24-hour period where you can vote. So if it's a few minutes delayed getting into your inbox, you're not going to miss your opportunity to vote.
Do we have any additional questions about the bylaws or the voting process? I'm gonna just give it.
Can the board of directors be expanded? I see that question. Yes, we can vote to add more members. So we could add different kinds of seats, like one that's open to either a staff member or a general member or whatever we feel we need. So yeah, it's pretty flexible. It's like anything else. Like we vote just like you guys do, right? It's sort of a little mini democracy.
And is there somewhere where people can view the bylaws if they wanted to read through all of them? Or the whole?
Yes,
The whole...
our chief of staff, AJAC, holds the keys to that copy. So, but anybody in the Discord can ask her, and she can send you a link to go view them. Yeah.
Perfect. Awesome. Then, can the bylaws be changed, and how would a member go about changing them?
Right. So the board can change them with a 2/3 vote. So if there's something you thought should be added to them, probably the best way to do it is to contact a member representative like me or TJ, right, to share your concerns. We would take it to the board. We'd discuss it. If we thought we wanted to make that change, it would go off into a little subcommittee that would try to come up with the actual wording, like how we want to say it to make sure we don't trip over ourselves and make some legal mistake, right? And then we'd vote on it. And if it passes, then we would file the amended version. Yeah.
Awesome. And then are there different, like, does everyone, the member of the party, get to vote? And is it only members that get to vote? Or kind of how does that process work on who gets to vote on the bylaws?
So the voting on the bylaws is just the board of directors, right? And that's why you have a representative, right? It's just like we don't all vote on everything that's in front of Congress. Like we pick representatives and then they do the voting for us for that, right? And so that's why when you pick your party chairman and you pick your staff member, like these are important choices. You want to pick somebody that's going to represent you in the way that you think that's how you would vote. Yeah.
And when does the board vote on these things and where?
So we're required to meet at least once a quarter, so 4 times a year. Because we're so new and there's so much going on, we've been meeting basically weekly, right? But not every meeting is like a real official high-powered meeting. Some of them we call working sessions, right? And so we just kind of get together and work through things. And then when we need to vote on something, then we call an official session. We have the minutes and we go through a little process. And there's a link to where you could watch these. It's like a Zoom meeting kind of thing, or a Google Meet, I think it is. Although the time I think might be incorrect on the website, but we'll get that updated. And then if you want to, you can follow those links to watch us when we meet.
So it's open to the public. Anybody can join those meetings?
Yes, it's a public meeting. That's in our bylaws that we have public meetings. It is possible for us to hold a closed session, if we're going to discuss whatever, our new credit card number or something that's not public, right? But in general, it's all public meetings. Yeah.
Awesome. And then when you guys are voting on things, how can members kind of stay informed on what the board is voting on, and how are any results communicated to members?
I guess we don't really have any way that we're pushing out the information. So we have minutes, the board, keeps track of them, and they're all filed somewhere. But I guess if people wanted to see that somewhere, like if they wanted a place, in either on the website or in the Discord where they could go and find those things, like we could probably set that up. Like, you know.
Awesome. Yeah. And then is there an opportunity for members to ask questions or get clarification on things that the board is voting when they join those meetings live or before meetings or anything like that?
Yeah, if you let us know you want to comment on something, so we can take people who are in the audience and sort of bring them on stage like we're doing here and have them talk to us. So as long as you've let one of us know either through Discord or some other way, when you join, like we can be aware and say, oh, this is the issue this person wanted to talk about, and we can bring you in and you can talk to us. Yeah, we're not real uppity, like, oh no, you're not a board member, you can't speak.
And is the Discord kind of the best way to engage with the board and the party outside of those meetings, would you say?
Yeah, we have party email addresses also if you find email easier, but usually there's some of us hanging around in the Discord server. So if that's your preferred means of communicating, you can usually find someone there to talk to.
Awesome. Cool. I'm not seeing any other questions. If anyone in the audience or anyone backstage has any questions, please send them in the chat. I guess overarching question for anyone that's listening or just tuning in, is there anything that you think it's the most important for members to understand about the bylaws and how decisions are made? Anything that you want to highlight people about kind of the core of what's in there?
I think really what's important is just that it exists, that there's a structure, that we're not just, 7 people in a room, like making things up as we go along. Like, we have a plan, we have rules that we follow to, it's all orderly, it's moving forward.
Cool. Well, David, if you don't mind, I think that we can kind of stay around for anybody if questions do pop up. Otherwise, I'm going to let everybody kind of go on a break here. We will be coming back in about 15 minutes. Let me make sure that's correct. Yeah, we'll be back in about 15 minutes for the candidate panel. And David and I can stay on here if any questions do pop up about the bylaws between now and then. But otherwise, you all are free to take a break, a little longer break, maybe get some food in your belly, and then we'll be back here at 3:45 p.m. Eastern Standard Time or 12:45 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. And it looks like we will have 2 candidates running for the party chair in that. So, yes, again, David and I will be here. If anyone has any questions, feel free to send them in the chat. Otherwise, take a break and meet us back here in 15 minutes. Okay, so it looks like we did get a question for anybody that is still tuned in with us here. So what does a party chair do, David, compared to our chief of staff, for example, AJAC?
Yeah, that's a good question. So the chief of staff runs the day-to-day operations in terms of making sure all the departments have the people they need, that they're pulling towards the same schedule, that kind of stuff. The party chair, on the other hand, is outward looking, right? They're thinking about the country and the elections and the candidates out there and what we can do to help them, how we can, yeah, there we go. Yeah, AJAC talked about this earlier. So it's sort of the difference between an outward facing and an inward facing position. And the party chair, really is the face of the party. Like up until now, we've mostly seen Sydney and all the like the social media and stuff, but you would see maybe a lot more of the party chair as well if we started getting into like news interviews, things like that. Like they would be the person speaking for us. Oh, now you're muted, Sydney.
I was just saying that, yes, we are also very excited to have someone step up and especially take a lot of the weight off of Ajax. I know that she's been doing so many different things and wearing so many different hats. So it'll be nice to have another person kind of help us out. I'm very excited. I think we all agree with that. Raise from $0. I guess I have a question for you, David. What are you personally looking for in a party chair? What are some of the qualities that you think you're looking for in this upcoming candidate panel?
So one of the things is like commitment and availability, right? We're at a time now when everything is speeding up and we can't have a party chair that says, well, I could put in 2 hours a week on this. It's when we were a year ago, that was okay, right? But now we need somebody who's really invested and committed to making this happen. Now they'll have staff, like they don't do everything themselves, right? They will have people that they are coordinating with, but somebody has to stay on top of things and keep things moving because the next set of elections, I mean, they're coming right up. Like in election time, it's almost upon us, even though it's a year away. So I think that's the main thing is just somebody who can show up to the meetings and just be there and do what they need to do.
Yeah, it's gonna come up very, very quickly. There's a lot of things to be done.
Yeah, there's the first bullet in white there underneath the volunteers succeed says they are passionate about a better world. Like I think that's key. Like if they're not self-motivated to go make this happen, like we're not gonna crack the whip on somebody. We're not somebody's jailers. We need people who are self-starters. They're volunteers. They have to do it because they want to do it because they believe in it.
Thank you, David. I think that is all the questions that I am seeing. So I'm gonna have us hop off here and we will be back in about 5 minutes. Balin and TJ will be leading our candidate panel. And you guys will have a chance to hear from our party chair candidates directly. So again, we're gonna take a quick 5 and then we will be back. Thank you everybody for staying tuned. And thank you, David.
Yeah, thank you.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. Alrighty. So, as promised, next up we are going to be getting started with our candidate panel. Our candidate panel will be facilitated by board members Balin and TJ. So I'm going to go ahead and welcome them to the stage right now. Hello, hello. And it looks like so far we have one of our candidates. So I'm first going to introduce Heather. Hello, Heather. Welcome. We're so excited to have you. Just so you know, your mic is muted. And then our other candidate, Michaela, they are not currently here. We are in the process of getting in contact with Michaela. So if they do join, we will add them to the stage. But in the interest of time, everybody's time here, we are going to get started with Heather. So it is my pleasure to introduce Heather, Balin, and TJ. The stage is yours, guys.
Okay.
I just wanted to ask you first, who are you? Like, just who, like, give us like a basic introduction.
So, a little bit about me. Is my mic working? I just want to make sure.
Yeah.
Okay, sounds good. I just want to make sure I did that correctly. So, about me, I am a political science student. I'm a senior. I'm also a certified human rights consultant. I have helped with some campaigns in the past, and I'm a leader in everything I do, from student government to just in life throughout Girl Scouts. I love helping people. I love making a difference. I am very passionate about whatever I do, and I make sure I can put at least 100% into everything, sometimes 120%. I try my best. But overall, I just love leading, empowering, and working in team settings to make magic happen and make things happen in a good way and change the world and make the world a better place for everyone.
Yeah, I was reading through your page on the website, and I got a lot of that from there. If just so for everyone who's watching to know, there is, if you go to progressforus.org, and right at the top of the page you can see Heather's page, just so you get familiar with her too.
Yeah, and I did have a question as well. What made you interested in political science as a degree going forward? I was just curious.
So first I got my associates first. So I started out in community college. I decided to go to that just because it was close to home. I visited that college. I really felt a tie into it. They didn't have a political science degree there, but I was interested in going into some type of law related field. So I studied criminal justice. I did like the law track there. And then I got more into all the different opportunities out there, and I realized I wanted to focus more on legislation and policy work, not so much in a courtroom, but obviously if time allows, we'll see what the future allows. But I did want to focus more on that. So, and when I looked at majors in different universities, I found the university that I'm currently at, which I'm graduating in May, Rider University. They had a great political science program, and meeting a lot of people in Congress because of I was VP of student government back then, and then now at like my university, I'm the equity and inclusion committee chair. But through all of that, I got to meet a lot of representatives, and I got to really get more into politics. And one of the main people were, even though she is more moderate, I'm much more progressive than she is. Her name is Mikey Sherrill. She was like the first person that like really pulled me aside and believed in me, and I got to work with her on her last campaign for governor. And I love having a personal connection and realizing even though we don't always see eye to eye policy wise, she really helped me kind of get into the political field and really get interested in finding my own place, because a lot about what she taught me was finding my own place, not just following something she's interested or anything. It was more about me, and like with her help, I really got interested in political science, and through that, I haven't really looked back.
It's good to see your influences
Yeah.
and experiences. I did have the foundational question. What made you come to the Progressive Party? Like what attracted you to us?
So I'm not sure exactly when I added the Progressive Party on Instagram, to be honest, but I remember I based on my For You page and based on what I was looking at, I have been always interested in human rights for all, inclusion, and that kind of thing, and a lot of more progressive values. So overall, I know that I found the party. Like I remember like when I found it, and from there I really felt like this party was the most inclusive compared to all the parties. I mean, I don't have as much experience with the Republican Party, but working with the Democratic Party, even though I still have a heart for some of them, I will say that overall, not everyone there is always in for the greatest reasons. And I started to learn that and realize how politics really worked in America. And like through that, when I was looking for something that could create more change, a lot of things really went into it, but all of those values, even when reading the website, I realized that this party was the party that most fit my morals and my values, but also what could help more people in the future in general. Even though I really hope to see more people get involved, I do think that this party is a great foundation for a lot of that change.
Yeah, I remember what originally brought me to the party was I was really disillusioned with the 2024 election. Just, it felt like there's not really, like, especially after, I mean, like, it was a really reluctant vote. And especially because I don't have like much of a choice in New York, it feels like I'm beholden to the party anyway.
Mm-hmm.
So I think I have a really strong value in a third option and even more options. And I think that the support for a third party is really important. And I was wondering how, as party chair, you could see transitioning us into more, like, how do you view our movement forward?
So moving forward, I have looked into, so this can obviously change. I'm open to any ideas as well. But in my mind, making sure that we kind of like my vision and moving forward. So first, like looking at our strategy towards 2026 midterms was something that I think is very important to focus on, with like early candidate recruitment, and a lot of this stuff is already happening. So it is good. Everyone here has been doing amazing. A lot of balancing like infrastructure. I know some of my vision is like standardizing onboarding and making sure that everything is even more organized than it already is. Making sure that there is ample amount of training and like clear pathways into leadership and board roles in like the future. A lot of what it is making sure that we strengthen local and county organizations that support progressive values and do not cave into the corporate environment, obviously, and making sure that there is constant communication. Also, like year-round voter education, different engagements, local organizing is something that I believe that can be even ramped up throughout, because it starts out in the home or in like the local area and it can grow throughout. There's like a lot of ideas that I do have, but that's like a mix of that.
I know a lot of the people in the Progressive Party were handing out flyers for during the No Kings protests, so that's exactly like what you were talking about.
Yeah. What would you say is your, like, I guess for lack of a better word, favorite part about what we've been building here and what we have as a platform, and why is it your favorite part? Is there a certain policy or a certain view that we have that you agree with so much that you're just like, oh my gosh, this is why I'm here, or anything like that?
So I'm trying to think of an exact, because I agree with literally everything, but I will say in general, the part that really stuck out to me was focusing on not just like the 1% of the country, and really focusing on like everyone else, and like that whole entire atmosphere. I do know that a lot of the different voting ways and a lot of the ways that other campaigns, or not just some campaigns, but like different parties will run elections, are a lot based on getting all of the corporate people involved, and like more, a lot of it's who has
structure of
the
politics
money,
is
and like
really
making, like, yes, and that's like the part that I disagree with, because I see great candidates who do everything right, but then even in New Jersey, like there's sometimes where they can do everything right, but all these different, if you look at different counties, if you look at different things, like all of them will side with different areas, which it usually goes into money, it usually goes into certain connections, but a lot of it isn't always focused on the people. And I feel like when I looked at like this party, the focus was on the people, and I feel like that was like the part that really stuck out to me, and that's one of the reasons why I wanted to get involved.
Yeah, that's awesome. I was going to ask as well, how do you plan to keep engaged when you have, it sounds like you have a lot going on, you're engaged with the community and everything. How do you plan to dedicate time and really keep with us as well? How do you prioritize that level of management, time management, I guess?
So this is a question that is always asked to me no matter what I do. But I will say that how I do things is I do keep an ongoing schedule. I do have cleared up. So I do work part-time at school, but those hours are completely flexible. Overall, I work on keeping like a schedule, and I make sure that everything can fit. And before I go into any role, or before I apply for anything, I make sure that I have even more time than even allowed it, because yes, like I am busy, and I do a lot of things. Some of the things were a little bit more in the past, so I do have a little bit more time, but overall I just try to organize everything, and I have successfully done that in the past. And I make sure to keep very organized and make sure whatever I do I can put in at least 100%. I always say I put 120% into everything, but I want to make sure it's at least 100% of my full attention into something before I get involved anyway.
That's awesome. We really appreciate that. Great answer.
When you were the vice president of the certified human rights consultant, you were right. Can you tell me like some experiences in that role?
So that's actually 2 roles, but I can quickly, no worries, you're so good. So when I was vice president of student government at my community college, a lot of my role in the bylaws, it's actually pretty short. So I was assisting the president, but in a lot of the times it was helping run meetings. I was a lot of the different announcements. I did a lot of mental health based activities with the student government and the student body. I did a lot of initiatives, like we got period products on campus for free for all students. So that was one of the things that we tirelessly worked on my 2 years there. And I will say that they still, because we had to convince the board about how important it is to have period products and menstrual products in like the bathrooms, and because we were asking for their budget and some of the money, because as students we can't always foot every single bill because they get expensive. So that was one of the main things that not only me, we got like a lot accomplished. We were able to get all gendered, gender neutral. We call them all gender because that's what the student body wanted. We put out a poll and like a lot of research throughout there, but we were able to get those bathrooms on campus because that was one thing that got a lot of pushback, was we didn't have those opportunities, or we would have one and like there was some of my friends who would have to miss 20-30 minutes of class to walk over to the other side of the campus to go to the bathroom, and that was definitely not something that we thought was right. And I was the head person who led a lot of the campaigns, getting the signatures and doing all of that. There's a lot more things, but like for the human rights consultant part, a lot of what I do right now is doing a lot of research, and there have been people reaching out to me. For instance, I can't give legal advice, but I can give advice and send people over to different lawyers, different organizations. I have worked with the ACLU through that part as well. A lot of immigration cases are a lot of people who are concerned about certain policies. So usually I'll go back and make sure that I am 100% like knowing everything before I respond and get involved. But overall, a lot of it's just helping make sure everyone's human rights are being followed, which is not happening, but that is something that we work towards. I know I'm speaking to UNESCO starting, I believe it's in early February. I know I'm speaking with the UN body about, and it's going to be a bunch of other human rights activists and leaders throughout the world that's coming to New York for that. And part of how I got involved with that was human rights consulting and doing a lot of that. One is based on budgeting and making sure that we can be inclusive in our local communities and national communities as well. So that is like one thing that I am working on, is making sure that all my presentations and all of that is in order. But truly, the second part of that like meeting that I'm going to be a part of is creating working papers and actually creating policies internationally to benefit like the people as a whole, and make sure we're more concise and there's not as many loopholes, and if there are any, like, what we can do to protect humans in general. So that's a lot of the work that I've been working on, but hopefully in the future I can do a lot more with like cases and helping individuals out a little bit more. I just personally, I don't have as much time as if I were to do it full time, that would be in the future. But I do what I can, and yeah.
Yeah. And I had another question, especially with being part of the party chair and possibly being a party chair. You do have to interface with the public and really talk through and diffuse intense and difficult situations, whether with volunteers or people outside of the group. And how would you go about that? How do you go about communicating difficult situations or difficult circumstances to other people?
About it is I try to meet people where they're at, and yes, there is always difficult situations with helping with a lot of, at least like the New Jersey debates. There's always someone and I helped with the Republican and Democratic debates. I had to be nonpartisan in that outlook because I was helping the people that were directly there. And I mean, there are situations that always do pop up, and a lot of what I do is just talking with the person first and seeing where we can go from where we can go from there. Hearing people out, I believe, is extremely important, just so we can get a view, and then from there, focus on working with people. I have worked with through Girl Scouts where a lot of there is sometimes conflicts that arise either with young kids to adults, and working through that. During the summer, I train 13 to 15-year-olds how to become leaders, and a lot of like what I've learned through the years, like I train them on, and there are conflicts that, I mean, there have been, but a lot of the times is to communicate and work with everyone. And I don't see that, like, I see that something as something that comes like natural to me, but I also want everyone to also feel heard. So even if there's a difficult situation, like I still want to hear everyone out in the end, because if I become party chair, I'm not going to know everything under the sun, even if like nobody's going to know everything. And I think it's important to at least hear people out and figure out a way to include as many people in, but also still stick with our like progressive values.
Yeah, I completely understand.
I was just gonna say, what can you name like a challenge you faced in that? Yeah, go ahead.
Yes. So a challenge I faced, I'll say one from last semester was one of the, so at this Girl Scout camp, I'm also trained in archery. I'm trained in a lot of things. It's a good amount, but I have plenty enough time. But basically, for that one thing, I will say that with that one archery instructor that was there over the summer, she is a really great person, but she was making my CITs, which is counselors in training that I train. She was making the teenagers try to teach younger kids how to do archery. And one, you can't get trained unless you're 18 years old and go through the training. Two, it can be dangerous sometimes. And we've had it, if you don't follow the exact rules, things can happen. And I had all of them running to me throughout like the whole entire day being like, Heather, this is happening, this is wrong. Like, we know it's wrong because you've taught us better, but like this person won't even allow us to like speak up or do anything. So a lot of what I had to go forth is, first I talked with the instructor. The instructor wasn't too happy that I because the instructor was saying, well, just trust me, Heather, like they're fine. And I was like, they are having panic attacks. I mean, I didn't tell her exactly they're in panic attacks, but I was like, they're not like fine. And technically we have to also follow the law and what Girl Scouts also puts forth. And we can't really have that gray area. So that was a really hard time, because not only did I have to console my people who are training, but then also trying to work it out with them. But overall, I did have to, since I am also part of, because of that role, I'm technically part of like the board slash it's kind of like a board, but it's like the administrative heads. So I did have to, every single day we have a quick little meeting. I did have to mention it to them, and because it did go even further, and there was incidents where kids were close to getting hurt, and I was like, this is not happening, we have to close it down. Like, this is, we need to focus on the safety of the kids first, and then we can move forward. But what really worked out was, after that, I was able to sit down with not only them, but like with the instructor there as well, and actually explain like why we don't have for 13 to 15-year-olds teaching an archery class that they are not trained to teach. But overall, a lot of it was making sure everyone was safe, and a lot of it was just communication based, and also having like a group of people also to help me out through that process also worked out, because for instance, the program director, that's technically their head boss, so they were able to like help with that too, because they also realized, hey, maybe we need more training for our like programs and actually teaching what we expect of everyone, because that wasn't really part of our pre-training. So now we're actually focusing on, for this summer, making sure that there's enough training for everyone. So it's also looking at what we can improve on throughout, but a lot of it was just based on communicating and working things out. And yes, there was moments where not everyone wanted to hear everyone out, but we worked through it, and now we're all good. That instructor also teaches during the year, because the instructor graduated from college, so, and she's doing much better, and things improved through that point. So there's always like a positive thing.
Yeah, I love seeing that growth for other people as well, and that focus on communication. That's very important. And going to another question, kind of a little different, more focusing on just as America as a whole going forward, what's one change you could make if you could make any change? Just trying to dig into what you think, how you think about anything. I know,
That's a big question.
amount.
There's a lot you could change.
There's a lot. I'm just curious where your mind goes to first and where you go through it.
So the first thing that popped into my head is, I would want, this is not completely reality, but I would want human rights to be viewed as like a necessity to focus on, but also I want like the statement human rights for all and that kind of area not to be so considered different, but becoming more of like the norm for many people as well, because people might say that they're for all human rights, and yes, I believe everyone here is, but if you look at certain policies, you're like, great, this is not exactly. So I like, my wish would be for all of that to be like part of the norm and people coming together more and not being as divided. But we can only change as much as we can at this time. But that would be my goal.
Yeah,
That is a big question.
I know. It's about thinking on your feet sometimes, you know?
Yeah.
So, what are you most, if you were to get the role, what are you most excited for being able to do for the party? Like, what do you think is like your one thing that sets you apart from, well, I was going to say other candidates, but right at the current moment, we just have you here with us. But what do you think sets you apart from other people who could be doing this role? What's your flair, your style, or your I can't think of another synonym for it, but you get it.
You're so good. I would think that like overall, I'm built on. I think a lot of what could set me apart. I'm not sure because I do not know. I can't really speak for the other candidate or candidates. But I feel like my determination and my heart for change really can set me apart because throughout life, I've always wanted justice for things. I've always felt that there needed to be a change. And I believe that, like, through my experiences in leadership thus far, can definitely like tie into a lot of this because with those experiences, I was able to improve my communication skills, improve organization skills, but also leadership skills as well, and making sure that, like, but also like working as a team with everyone too. Like that's another thing that I think is incredibly important is also listening and making sure that we are focusing on the people, which I believe that you guys have done an incredible job with already. But like just continuing that and making sure that people are aware and know the truth about what's going on in the country and moving forward, I would love to lead the party if I could.
Yeah, that's awesome.
So you mentioned human rights.
Mhm.
Jimmy Carter was known to say that the USA should not just stand for economic prosperity, it should also stand for human rights. Do you have a historical president or person that inspires you?
So a lot of, let's see. So I know Jimmy Carter. I have, he's definitely one that I have sided with on many things. But I will say in general, getting the opportunity to meet and realize, even though I'm a little bit more progressive than President Obama, but I do believe that like when even talking with him and hearing him at like the one New Jersey rally, it really stuck to me how passionate he was about the future, even if he's not president anymore. So that was like one person. AOC, Bernie Sanders, let's see. Mikey Sherrill is always going to be someone who I look up to just because she has been there for me personally. But again, some of her policies are a little moderate in my opinion and focus on corporate Democrats, which she's aware. Like, that's like one thing that I think she's great, but I also think that there are things that we can also focus on a like a progressive side. I'm trying to think of like Jasmine Crockett is another one. Those are like some of them, but that's like basically who I feel I would either like look up to or like align with, that kind of thing.
Yeah, I mean that's part of the nature of politics is having to capitulate to parties' current like platform. I mean, that's why we're starting our own party, right?
Mhm.
Um,
Yeah, it's a little more quiet than I thought it would be, but
yeah, I thought we were gonna have a couple other people to ask
Yes.
questions. Do you have any hobbies
Let's see.
to lighten the mood?
Some of besides what I already do, because that also takes up some of my
Yeah, it
time and I
seems like you
love
have a
it.
lot of
So and
limited free
like
time, I imagine.
yes, but I personally like I love everything I do within politics and human rights, so I don't mind it. It's but a lot of on the other side I do like hanging out with friends and family um and being able to sometimes it's hard to take a break when I'm that active, but sometimes it's nice to take a break and relax. Sometimes I know sometimes at night, like I love to listen to all different types of music.
yeah.
I do research for fun. Like I'm a little bit.
Yeah, I've been watching. I literally last night I was at work. I was watching an episode about like the Cold War's 2 hours lecture. So like I completely understand. Like there are definitely it's a hobby to learn. Yes.
No, completely. It's fun to engage yourself in that information and use that part of your brain.
Yes.
Do you have any
Mhm.
like laws that you would change? Like I mentioned earlier when I on the panel, I was talking about the No Child Left Behind Act, right? Or the Patriot Act, or right. I'm trying to think. Citizens United is not an act, but it was a ruling.
It was yes, it was a So I'm actually gonna quickly
Oh, I think we have chat
Oh,
questions.
we do?
from
Okay, yes, we can totally. I
Convention
was not even
questions.
checking that myself.
So Mac has a question. She is very engaged with her community
Oh,
and very involved with.
I got you on the Discord ones. I was
Oh.
filtering questions as we were going.
Oh, never mind then.
But we do also have Instagram chat. I don't know if they've put in anything. And let me look.
Yes.
Sorry.
No, you're good. I have okay, here we have one. One big responsibility of the party chair is steering forward our election strategy. We have a goal of winning a dozen seats in 2026 midterms. How would your leadership help that and further that goal?
So a little bit of I did touch a little bit on that, but I didn't go into too much detail. But one of the things I will say is my leadership would help with like early candidate recruitment methods, consistent like volunteering and organizer, making sure that like everyone has the trainings, everyone is doing okay, that's like on the organizing side. Also being feet on like the ground kind of person too. Like I 100% will do my part in that kind of thing. Also making sure that we build like we get involved with a lot of different local communities. Also making sure that there's like we stick with our like people powered campaigns. So looking at and making sure that there are people that do like fit what we're going for. And let's see. And also like continuing to build on national like different tools and resources. So like candidates who are running can also have even more than is already available, and to also help them out, especially if they're starting from like the ground up. But I also feel like all of that can definitely help with the 2026 midterms.
All right, I have a quote here. I believe that there should be no corporate influence in our politics systems. How do you feel about money in politics, and how would the party flourish while staying true to the values?
So I do not believe I agree with the statement. Obviously, I oppose like the corporate influence and like big money in politics. That's like a no-go. And I also believe that like the corporate money weakens democracy in general and focuses more on like the top 1% or the few percent, not like the actual people. I feel like committing to a lot of grassroots organization like based organizing, also volunteer powered campaigns, I do feel is extremely beneficial, and like also small dollar fundraising is also something that I feel is important. And also what I see so far in certain they are running as Democrats, but they're more progressive. What I've seen so far is a lot of those candidates are focusing a lot on that and not the corporate side of things, and making sure that we're still people led, people funded, making sure that all of our strategies are about the people and staying true to our values so we can have like a long-term success over time.
Yeah. And then we have another one from the YouTube chat. Are there any existing programs that in the Progressive Party that you would greatly change the direction of? Why or why not? And if yes, what changes would you make?
There isn't much like what I've looked at, and I've looked through like all the different programs. I don't think I would change really anything. What I would say is just including to like grow on a lot of them. I don't think that I would want to change anything that has already been done, because I do believe all the steps that have been done are increasingly beneficial to everyone. I do feel that we can go forward and make sure that all of it works out, and like looking at like benchmark wise like how everything is going. But I do feel at this time that I wouldn't like change the direction of this party, but I would obviously like it to grow over time and work on like continuing a lot of what's happening.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Speaking on party programs and how we could change them, not necessarily, but growing and adding to them, is there anything that speaks out to you that is either missing or needs to be developed in the party that you think you could work on if you were to get the position?
The only thing that I feel that this party can like I feel like everything has been going like really great, so I wouldn't like change anything, but I will say in general, just based on like a lot of people that I also know a lot of like college Democrats at least, and a lot of like even like I was texting a lot of them like last night about this party, and a lot of them like had no idea this even existed, and they were like, Heather, like when were like the when did this exist kind of thing. So I think that that is something, making sure that basically getting the message out there
Word
even
out.
further than it's already at, because yes, everything has been going like great, but I also like the people in the chat that I was talking to, they're like, we're like we don't agree with any corporate money. Like I don't know, like so a lot of like, at least that's what I see hope in, is a lot of people, at least in like the college realm, even if they're like Democrats, they really don't support the, like they support more of what our party is going for. They just didn't realize that like this party even existed. So I think just like getting the word out even further, but I feel like that's a continuous thing. Like I don't think that we can't grow completely overnight, and we have grown, but like overall, and you guys have definitely, like everyone who has taken a lot more part in all of that has already, but I think just like working a lot on making sure we get like the party's message out there is extremely important.
Yeah, I completely agree. The more we can get the message out, the better we can further forward what we want and need to do with the politics system and everything. TJ, do you have any more questions? Anything you can think of off the top of your head?
I see one question in the YouTube chat that I'm gonna.
Oh, you got it up? Let's
Yeah,
go.
what do you think about the Electoral College? And do you think that America could do primary democracy, like a direct vote for the president now?
So which is, let me just like look at the, I just want to make sure.
Oh, okay. So
Question.
basically, is oh, it's
Oh.
up on the screen. There you go.
Okay. Figure out. So the Electoral College is, for just based on a lot of what I researched and what I've learned from a lot of my classes too, there is a lot that could be changed, and I don't always feel like the Electoral College was built to focus as much on the people, even if, and a lot of, let's see, yeah, like I personally don't think that the way that everything is running right now, I'm not really a fan of the Electoral College, but I understand it from a political science perspective, but I do feel
Also, a
that there could
historical
be,
factor to it as well, right?
yes, and like I do think in general there could be future, like looking at certain things, like we can like, I think that there's options that we can look at to change for the future, so everything focuses more on the people, and with everything tech advances, all of that, like I do think we need to focus on modern and future more, not just focusing a lot on the past.
Yeah, I get you. And yeah, so I believe I don't have any more questions. TJ, do you have anything else more that comes off the top of your head?
No.
Okay, awesome. Well, I'm going to hand it back over to Sydney to essentially, actually, one last thing. Heather, do you have any closing remarks? Anything you want to say to the people watching? Anything last little bits before we close off this section and go into voting?
I would just say, like, thank you guys for the opportunity to apply and run in this candidate, like for party chair race. And if I do get chosen, I would be completely excited to help and do whatever I can. And then if not, I'm still here. I still will be a member and work extremely hard with all of you. And I just want to say thank you. And yeah.
Yeah, awesome. Well, we're glad to have you and glad to talk to you and be able to lead this discussion today. And we're going to hand it over to Sydney I believe we're going to do a brief break before we go into voting and the original vote. and then we'll go from there. Sydney.
Awesome. Yes. Thank you so much, Heather, Jalen, and CJ. That was amazing. We are going to be breaking for about 10 minutes, a little under 10 minutes. We will be back at 4:45 p.m. Eastern Standard Time or 1:45 p.m. Pacific Standard Time to get our elections kicked off. So please join us back here in about 9 minutes and we will start the elections. Thank you so much, everybody. Yes, this is my dog, Sandy. Hello, everybody. There we go. Hi, everybody. Welcome back. Thank you so much for joining us again. So what we are going to do now is we are going to get our vote started. So we're going to get the election opening ceremony. I'm going to go ahead and invite Mac to the stage. Hello, Mac. Everybody, this is Mac. She is our internal elections officer and party recorder. Mac, if you want to just briefly introduce yourself to everybody, and then you can get started with the ceremony. Thank you so much.
Sure. Thanks, Sydney. As she mentioned, I am the party recorder and internal elections officer for the Progressive Party. What that means is I basically just watch and make sure there is no monkey business, as has been said before. I do not vote. I am not on the board. I simply watch and hold accountable, which I think political parties could use more of. So this is designed to be an easy process, as easy as possible, and I'll go over that shortly. The party chair is the primary position that we're running the ballot for in this convention. David mentioned the staff seat briefly, and that's also on the ballot as well. AJAC already gave a pretty in-depth overview of the position, duties, and responsibilities, and David again covered it earlier, so I won't hit it super in-depth here. We also heard from at least one of the candidates earlier on the candidate panel, but the party chair duties include things like running operations, researching strategy, managing volunteers, etc. Thank you. And you can always review the party's website where a description can be found. I believe this graphic is actually on the website. We have two candidates now for the party chair position. As you know, you've had the opportunity to find out more about them. You've listened to the candidate panel earlier for at least one person. You've read their responses to questions we've asked them on the party's website, and you hopefully had a chance to get your questions answered through things like the Discord. So how does the voting process work? The ballot will be sent out via email, where you will simply click the link. You will sign in with your name and email, the same one that the link was sent to. What you will then see is a screen that shows the two candidates on the left and the list of the rankings on the top. From there, you will simply select one ranking for each candidate in order of preference. As David mentioned, we use ranked choice voting, which ensures that the winning candidate has a broad support and achieves a majority of the vote. You then submit it, and I will go through and verify the integrity of the votes to ensure a fair and due process. And then I will announce the new party chair at the end of the election. Does anyone have any questions or comments?
Awesome. Cool. So with that, I'm going to have you go ahead and send out that email to everybody, and then Mac and I will be online if anybody has any questions. In about 10-15 minutes, if everybody's all sorted away and we don't have any questions, we will be on a lunch/dinner break, depending on what time zone you're in. And we will be back at 5:30 p.m. Eastern Time or 2:30 p.m. Pacific Standard Time for our mini seminar series, where members of the staff that you've heard from today and yesterday will come on and explain the different parts of the platform in more depth for you guys, so you can get a really good understanding about the party and what we stand for. So again, Mac is going to send out that email for everybody, and if you have any questions, we will be online for the next 10 to 15 minutes to answer them. Other than that, everybody, please go eat some food and get ready for our mini seminar series. Come back focused and ready to learn. And thank you so much for joining us.
Yes, and thank you for exercising your right to the democratic process.
everybody. I just wanted to make a quick announcement. Forgot to mention for those still watching, we will be continuing the sessions on Zoom. So please go to our website to find the links for the Zoom room that we will be on. We will be on Zoom for the rest of today until our last keynote. So please, I will send the link in the chat as well so that people have it there. But join us on Zoom for our next session, which will be at 5:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Thank you. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We are back for our final event, our final event of the evening. Members will be able to join us in the Discord after this. But I would like to introduce Joseph Wolfson, who will be giving our closing keynote of the night, talking about how to talk across political differences using the 7 habits of highly effective people. Joseph Charles Abraham Wolfson is the founder of the Civic Party Coalition, an alliance of anti-authoritarian third parties to resist the Uniparty and the multi-industrial complex. He is a libertarian democratic eco-socialist, and he was born and raised in Pennsylvania. So if everybody can join me in welcoming Joseph Wolfson to the stage. Awesome. Hi,
Hi
Joseph.
there.
All right, I will pass it off to you.
So, as I'm the founder of the Civic Party Coalition. The idea is we're committed to fostering a proactive citizenry capable of seizing our means of representation from the Uniparty, the neowigs, the establishment, whatever you call it. I'm here because, as we know, the American political system is not capable of reforming itself from within. And we can't afford to ignore that. Before I get into the habits, I want to explain kind of the situation in the country and all that. The Republican Party has fused nationalism and neoconservatism into Trumpism, a 21st century form, I think, of fascism, in which we're seeing the surveillance state merging with surveillance capitalism, grievance replacing governance, and loyalty replacing the law. The Democratic Party, meanwhile, has abandoned progressivism in favor of abundance neoliberalism and inverted totalitarianism, a system that preserves the appearance of democracy while rejecting its very substance. Elections remain, press releases remain, but power is carefully managed, redirected, and neutralized, especially if it's from the people. Together, these parties no longer function as rivals necessarily. They function as the duopolistic uniparty that manufactures consent by feeding Americans into tribal identities, algorithmic outrage cycles, moral gaslighting, and endless false binaries and logical fallacies. This is not a healthy democracy. This is partisan control through division. We are living through a cold civil war, not fought with bullets, but with belief, not waged by armies, but by narratives. And what they are doing is they are demoralizing us, destabilizing things, putting us through crisis, and trying to say everything's normal when it's not. And it's harder to believe what's real these days and to believe that we can make a difference. And the politicians and their strongly worded letters are not going to defeat the tyranny we see today. Performative outrage will not defeat tyranny. It is only the masses and organization able to defeat tyranny. The only way to be able to organize is to be able to see and understand what the other side is saying. I left the Democratic Party in 2020 after the 2024 election because, I mean, if they can't beat Trump, who can they beat? But I joined the Green Party because I believe in things like decentralization, ecological responsibility, and grassroots democracy. I've also joined the Libertarian Party because I believe in non-aggression, that the state, especially the executive branch, has accumulated and abused its power, and that we need to defend our liberties and advance liberty. I've also worked with the Forward Party in promoting things like open primaries, universal basic income, civic education, ranked choice voting, and so on. And I'm here tonight as a member of the Progressive Party because progress does not happen spontaneously. It has to be organized, not just within a party, but beyond it as well. People often ask me, how can I work across so many parties? The answer is overwhelmingly simple. I talk to people. When you actually talk, really talk, to people outside the red-blue binary, you learn something dangerous to the establishment. Most Americans do not disagree on core values. We disagree on vocabulary, framing, and trust. I've seen libertarians and socialists argue for 20 minutes about freedom versus equality, only to realize they're both talking about freedom from domination, whether it's coercion or exploitation. I've seen progressives and independents unite instantly over anti-corruption. I've seen Greens, centrists, and reformers find agreement faster than our elected Democrats find consensus within themselves. The two-party system survives by keeping the people divided. Coalition threatens that division. Conservation is the first crack, so we may tear down the wall. That brings me to the heart of tonight's message. I believe in transpartisan politics. That means working across party lines. That means synergistic syncretism, and that there is strength in ideological diversity. Coalition requires a skill most Americans have been systematically denied: the ability to talk across political differences without surrendering our principles or escalating into hostility. Authoritarianism thrives on the inability for the masses to communicate across differences and find solidarity. But we can break their haughty power, gain our freedom when we learn that the union or coalition makes us strong. That's why I want to reframe Stephen Covey's Habits of Highly Effective People, not as simply a useful way of self-help, but as a manual for effective political dialogue. The first habit is to be proactive. We have to stop outsourcing our emotional state to someone else's ideology. We have to control our reaction. Leadership begins when we choose the temperature of the room instead of absorbing it. We have to take responsibility of our reactions to our experiences. And don't be like soda, be like water, basically. You know, if you get shaken up, that doesn't mean you go everywhere. You stay cool, nice water. The second habit is to begin with the end in mind. Write a mission statement. What is your goal when you're talking with someone else? What do you want to achieve? You cannot take steps towards this unless you know where you are going. Habit 3, put first things first. Actively address urgent and important matters. Plan for non-urgent yet nonetheless important things. Delegate what is urgent yet non-important. Eliminate topics and discussions that are neither urgent nor important. My suggestion is to start with discussing core values, not policy. Because everyone wants dignity. Everyone wants socioeconomic agency. People want freedom from domination. Whether that domination is from a corporation or the government. Habit 4, think win-win. Zero-sum thinking is the psychological engine of authoritarianism. Win-win is not a weakness. It is the key to building mutually beneficial solutions into relationships. In fact, it can be the key to creating a coalition. Basically, the idea is, how can we work together to establish that things that people can, agree. For example, how can we have Medicare for all, but make sure that doesn't mean that we give so much power to the government that they can control who or what gets denied, you know. But the idea is, how can, we have the best of both worlds? And that's better than a win-lose mentality where one person has victory over the other person, or lose-lose mentality where everyone loses. Habit 5 is seek first to understand, then to be understood. In politics, most people are not rejecting you because of who you are. They're rejecting a caricature that they have been taught to fear. You got to use empathetic listening to understand a person genuinely. This will create a caring and problem-solving atmosphere. The idea is, when you're talking to someone, you got to be able to understand what they're saying. A conservative, they want to be able to keep their traditions, keep their way of life. They're scared of things changing, and that's an understandable idea. Like, imagine you're at a restaurant and you're used to a certain meal being on that menu, then one day it's not there. You would be upset. It's someone like that for them. And the libertarian, for example, why might they be against something like, I don't know, taking guns away? Because, gun control. Well, the reason because they like guns is because they're worried that an authoritarian government might oppress them. And honestly, seeing what's going on today, I think that's understandable. But again, the habit is seek first to understand, then to be understood. You got to understand who you're talking to before you can communicate in a way that they will understand. Habit 6 is synergize. The idea is that we can combine our strengths and achieve goals that would be otherwise impossible for individuals alone to achieve. That means not dilution, but synthesis. For example, we can believe in the environment, we can take action, protect public property. We can also deliver justice, but we can also decentralize power so that no person has too much authority over everyone. We can combine those elements of libertarianism or social democracy. Coalition is not a compromise of values. It's trying to get the best of both worlds and recognizing everyone else's strengths and celebrating them and understanding how everyone can fit together like a puzzle. And that we can celebrate and acknowledge our differences as strengths and insights worth utilizing. The 7th habit is to sharpen the saw. That means we need to continuously renew ourselves and improve, and this will foster the best version of ourselves and enhance interactions. Our democratic republic is not static. It requires continual renewal, education, humility, reflection, and, as Jefferson called it, eternal vigilance. And like our country, we can amend ourselves and reach new heights. Now, there is an 8th habit, and that's to find your voice and help others find theirs. Democracy does not die from disagreement. It dies from silence, fear, isolation, and disengagement. Political courage is not shouting your truth louder. It is creating the conditions where truth can surface together. It is important to express who you are and to ensure that others may be able to do the same. Own your means of representation and help others find theirs. It's important to know who you are deep down. What are you trying to communicate? And what's the best way you can do that? And also to help other people do the same. For example, I have a friend who said he's a nationalist. I asked him what that means. He says, being patriotic and wanting to defend a nation. I'm like, you mean the term patriot? If you say nationalist, people are going to think a different thing. And they're like, oops. But anyways, point is to find your voice and to help others find theirs. All these habits, they're a strategy for activating the disillusioned, the politically homeless, the millions who know something is broken but refuse to submit to despair. Yes, there are contradictions between liberty and equality, but that tension is not a flaw. It is the engine of a living democracy. And the real danger is not disagreement. The real danger is submission and not fostering dialogue in the first place. If we don't talk to other people, how can we ever unite as a country? Power will never leave the ruling donor class willingly. It must be reclaimed peacefully, deliberately, collectively, and individually. It's not left versus right. It's up versus down. The state and corporate versus we the people. It's control versus consent. And the future, our future, will not be decided by those who shout the loudest, by those who gain an iron fist and hurt people. No, it has to be determined by those who listen, organize, and act together. That's why I came here tonight. That is how we talk across political differences. And that is how we can take our democracy back. Hold it tight and never have to let go. We have to work together, and not just as the Progressive Party or as the Civic Party coalition, but as the American people. We have to be able to see our neighbors not as a potential threat, but as friends, people in the neighborhood. We have to be able to unite as a country and be the United States of America and not lead the free world by bossing it around, but by example. We got to lead by example. And we do face a we face a heavy, dirty road ahead. Things aren't going to be easy, but that doesn't mean we don't go forward. America's at a crossroads. Are we going to let the establishment step on us again and again? Are we going to let Trump accumulate more power? Or are we going to fight back? Are we going to finally say enough is enough? And to do that, we have to be able and willing to talk with other people across the aisle. And that can be done. We've seen it in other countries. We've seen it in the past. And we can do that again. Thank you. Are there any questions?
Awesome. Thank you so much, Joseph. I do have a question for you in the chat. Why and when did you decide you were into politics, and what motivates you?
Can you say that again?
first question is why and when did you decide you were into politics and what motivates you?
Well, my parents were young activists. I mean, they voted for Nader in 2000. And I remember when Obama was first elected in 2008, seeing his smile. I think I was 6 years old back then. But I've seen, people on the school bus like complaining about, politics at a young age back in 2012. And over time, I've seen what's happened in this country. I've seen how scary things are. And I mean, unfortunately, our rights aren't as guaranteed as we wish they were. The government has a lot of power, and so do the corporations. I've seen the conditions of my fellow Americans get worse and worse over time. And what ultimately motivates me is I can't stand by and watch. As a Jew, my belief is, to pursue justice, to heal the world, and to save life. And standing by and doing nothing, that would be against my faith. And that's why I've gotten involved. Because, as Dr. Seuss once said, unless someone like you cares a whole awful lot, nothing's going to get better. It's not. And Mr. Rogers once said to look for the helpers. Well, I think they need help too. I want to do what I can. Hopefully I answered that.
That was awesome. Yeah, thank you so much, Joseph. I have one question for you, and then we'll see if anything else comes in the chat. But do you think that there are times where a conversation, like, you just kind of can't get on the same level with someone, or do you think it just takes time to communicate? And if you do think that sometimes a conversation just can't be had, what are the signs of kind of that situation?
I think there's a difference between if you can have a conversation and if it goes well. I've talked with Trump voters. They believe him. They think he's legitimate. They think he's against the elites. They think he's an awesome guy who listens to them, who says what they want to hear, and that acts and gets the job done. I don't agree with them, but I understand why they think that. And I can tell them that. They might not believe me, but they can understand where I'm coming from. And there are some radical people who you can't reason with, like Nick Fuentes is one of them, for example. He's very much into his totalitarian beliefs, where he thinks some people are better than others and they should be treated differently because of their race and such. And I think that's bullcrap. I respect people regardless of their identity. That doesn't matter to me as much as what they do, what they believe in, what they want to see in the world, and what they do ultimately. But conversation, it is a difficult thing to have. And I've not always followed these habits. That's not how I started, but there's been times where I've gone to very aggressive disagreements, and I looked into how can I do better. And I remembered reading The 7 Habits of Highly Effective Teenagers. I read that version as a kid, and I looked at it. I'm like, okay, I can utilize this. and conversation, and it's ultimately worked really well. In fact, when I was thinking of my speech, I talked to my friend who's a Trump voter, and he said it was a really good idea, and this is a effective way to communicate with people. But there are people who are unreasonable, and that happens. But that doesn't mean you have to lose your sense of reason, that you have to be on the same dirty playing field that they are. Hopefully that answers your question.
It does, yeah. And we do have a follow-up question here. So, where do you think the line should be drawn between constructive conversion and normal things, racism and xenophobia?
Well, I think we can have a conversation without normalizing it. So why is someone racist and xenophobic? Well, for someone like Nick Fuentes, who thinks the Jews control everything, well, why does he think that? Well, look what's going on in Israel. I'm not a Zionist for that very reason. And they believe in this propaganda that's presented to them. That's part of demoralization, where they can't ascertain what's real or not. And often, if you're told something again and again and again, you start to believe it, even if it's not real. If you're told as a kid that the sky is red over and over again, you might believe it eventually. And that's crazy. But xenophobia, I think that's a bit more understandable. So nationalism, the idea is they want to preserve their culture. And they want to preserve like their nation's values and all that. And that can be understood, but saying other people can't have their own values and their own culture is where you got to draw the line. And when that line isn't drawn, it gets into a dangerous nationalist territory where you're oppressing other people because you want to promote what you think is American values. Sometimes hatred or misunderstanding, ignorance, it doesn't always come from like a place of they're evil and they want to hurt you and all that. It's because they're scared. Sometimes they're, scared of people who are different to them. That means, they're less of a person or something. I'm not saying this is a reasonable thing for them to believe, but that's what they believe. I think it's okay. It's okay to disagree with someone, to say, look, you're saying things that are really ignorant and incorrect. But you got to communicate that effectively. And it really does depend on the person. Maybe not saying you are ignorant, but saying, I think what you're saying comes from a place of ignorance, for example. But demagogues like Napoleon, Mussolini, Stalin, all that, they outline an enemy. They blame everything on that enemy. And they use them as a scapegoat. And that's what Trump is doing. And I think that's different from someone who's naturally, or someone who's raised in a manner where they become more xenophobic and racist, per se. But what Trump is doing is different. He's saying they're the problem. We have to go after them so that you can live a better life. That's what he's saying. Of course, he's wrong, but some people believe him. And if you hear something again and again, you start to believe it too.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Joseph. That is our time for today, but if you're in the Discord server, right?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Anybody has more
I
questions
apologize
for
if I took too long to answer that.
No, you're all good. No worries. Thank you so much. We really appreciate it. If anyone has more questions for Joseph, please head over to the Discord server and you can ask them over there. Everyone in general, actually, that is a member, please head to the Discord server. We will be hanging out in there and having a game night. So thank you everybody for joining. I'm going to go ahead and remove you from the stage, Joseph. Thank you again. Any final words?
I think I see a bold future ahead for the Progressive Party. And I think that future is stronger if we can work with other parties as well. And obviously the Democratic Party and Republican Party, they're not popular. They're at an all-time low in the polls. And the Democrats are just slightly better than the Republicans. And ultimately, I think that's a unique opportunity for a genuine populist third party that cares about the people to rise up.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Joseph. All right, everybody, thank you all for joining us. Day 2 of the convention, at least for the free program, it has officially come to an end. We will be back here on StreamYard tomorrow, the 21st at 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time or 11 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. With starting us off is going to be Jacob Cole, who we heard from today on Zoom, talking about the key to rebuilding trust in science. And right after that, we will be doing a Q&A with the board. So please head on over to the Discord server, send any questions that you may have, and tune in with us tomorrow. Again, members, we will be having a game night. Please feel free to join us over there. Thank you so much, everybody, and we will see you tomorrow.
Bye.